Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first knock came at 3:17 in the morning from inside drawer 12, and the only reason I didn't call security right away was because the compressor had been acting up all week. That's what I told myself anyway. Hospitals make noises people don't hear unless they work nights. Pipes tick behind painted cinder block. Ventilation grills flutter like someone breathing through their teeth. Somewhere above you, a linen cart hits a threshold and rattles. Somewhere below, an old pump kicks on with a wet mechanical cough. Even the dead aren't quiet in a morgue, not in the way people imagine. Bags shift when you slide trays. Metal expands. Plastic tags tap against steel. The refrigeration unit hums and dips, and hums again, like it's trying to remember the right note. So when drawer 12 knocked once from the inside, one flat rap against stainless steel, I froze with my hand in a box of nitrile gloves and waited for the normal explanation to present itself. It didn't. My name is Elliot Marsh, 34, male, and I work the overnight shift in the morgue at St. Bridget's Medical Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's not as dramatic as people think. Mostly it's paperwork, inventory, releases to funeral homes, cleaning, logging personal effects, and making sure nobody gets lost between the emergency department, pathology, and the quiet end of the basement where families don't usually come. I took the job because nights paid more, and because I liked work that had rules. When every tag matched every toe, every form had a signature, every drawer was accounted for, the world felt less likely to slip sideways. That was my flaw, if I'm being honest. I needed things to stay where I put them. The morgue sat 2 floors below the main lobby, past radiology storage and a corridor that always smelled faintly of mop water and warmed dust. At night, the fluorescent lights were kept at half bank to save energy, so the hall outside our suite had alternating pools of yellowish light and shadow. The motion sensors lagged by half a second. You would step forward, and for a brief moment, the dark would still be dark. Inside, everything was pale and practical. White tile, gray cabinets, a desk with 2 monitors, a wall clock that gained 4 minutes every month, a dented kettle nobody admitted using. The main cooler had 24 drawers, 12 on each wall, stacked 3 high. They slid out on rails with a complaining metal glide if you didn't pull straight. Drawer 12 was middle row, east wall, 4th from the left. Nothing special. No sticker. No repair tag. No history. At least none I knew then. I had been making coffee when the knock came. Not good coffee. Morgue coffee. The kind that tasted like hot cardboard and penny water because the kettle had mineral scale in it and the grounds had been open since Thanksgiving. I was tired enough to drink it anyway. The night had been steady, but not bad. 2 transfers from the ER. 1 expected death from the oncology floor. 1 medical examiner holed after a construction accident in Lawrenceville. A man whose boots still had concrete dust in the grooves. No family viewings. No angry funeral directors. No printer jam, which in our line of work counted as mercy. I looked from the glove box to drawer 12. The hum of the cooler filled the room again, smooth and ordinary. Not funny, I said, because speaking made the room feel inhabited. Nobody answered. The office door was propped open behind me. Beyond it, the hallway light buzzed and flickered over the red biohazard bin. I checked the camera feed on the right monitor. Camera 1 showed the corridor outside, empty. Camera 2 showed the loading bay, empty except for a folded gurney and a stack of clean shrouds. Camera 3 showed the cooler entrance from inside the prep room, me at the desk, standing too still with one glove half on. I hated seeing myself on security footage. Everyone looks guilty on security footage, even when all they're doing is breathing. A second knock came. This one was softer, not from the pipes, not from behind the wall, from drawer 12. Tap, then nothing. The skin around my ears prickled, not from fear exactly, but from attention. My body had decided this mattered before my brain had finished arguing. I turned the monitor volume up, even though the morgue cameras didn't record audio. Habit, pointless habit. Okay, I said. That was when Mara came in carrying a clipboard against her chest and a paper cup of soup from the vending machine upstairs. Mara Klein, 42, female, was the senior autopsy technician on nights. German-born, but raised in Ohio from middle school on, with blunt-cut gray streaked hair, a heavy silver watch, and the kind of calm that made new residents either adore her or fear her. She had been at St. Bridget's longer than most of the basement equipment. She moved like someone who knew exactly how much force every door, drawer, and latch required. Nothing wasted, nothing dramatic. She stopped when she saw my face. "What did you break?" she asked. "I didn't break anything." "That's what you say when you break something expensive." I heard something. She looked past me toward the cooler. "Compressor?" I thought so. Mara set her soup down on the desk without taking her eyes off me. Paper cup gave off a faint chicken salt smell that mixed badly with disinfectant and cold metal. "You thought so," she repeated. I pointed with my gloved hand. Drawer 12. For half a second, her expression did not change. Then she glanced at the east wall. That was all, just a glance. But I noticed it. People think the worst thing in a morgue is panic. It is. Panic at least explains itself. The worst thing is watching someone experienced become careful. "What kind of sound?" Mara asked. "A knock, shift knock." "No, rail knock." "No, you sure?" "No," I said, because lying to Mara was usually more trouble than telling the truth. "But I'm pretty sure." She leaned over the desk and checked the intake log. 12 is Bishop. I looked down, though I already knew. Drawer 12 held Leonard Bishop, 69, male, admitted from the cardiac ICU after a long, ugly night of failed interventions. He was not an ME case, not suspicious, not traumatic. Family had signed release paperwork. Funeral home pickup scheduled for 9 in the morning. His toe tag was printed clean. His wristband matched. Cause of death pending, but expected. Complications following myocardial infarction. Ordinary hospital death, if there is such a thing. He came down at 1:40, I said. Bag sealed, ID checked with ICU nurse. I logged him myself. Mara's mouth tightened a little. "Did anyone else come in after?" "No. You leave the suite. Bathroom." Maybe 5 minutes. Door locked. Yes, she nodded, but not like she was satisfied. More like she had moved one piece of information to a different shelf. The cooler kicked, and the lights inside it trembled. The sound from the refrigeration unit deepened for a moment, a low motor throat vibration that traveled through the soles of my shoes. Mara walked to drawer 12 and put her palm flat against the handle. I wanted to tell her not to. That embarrassed me enough that I said nothing. She stood there, listening. The cooler breathed cold around us. There was a sharpness to it, chemical and dry, underlaid by the faint sweet rot that no amount of bleach ever fully erased. I could hear the building above, a cart rolling somewhere distant, an elevator bell muffled by concrete, someone laughing briefly, and then shutting it off. Mara stepped back. Could be pressure change, she said. Inside the drawer, tray shifts, bag settles. Sometimes the body releases gas. That sounds like a knock. Bodies do rude things. I almost laughed. Almost. Then the desk phone rang. Both of us turned too fast. It was the internal line, the old beige phone that made every call sound like it came through a wet sock. I picked up on the second ring. Morgue Elliot, a woman's voice crackled in my ear. This is ICU. You guys have Mr. Bishop downstairs. I looked at Mara. Yes, I said. Leonard Bishop. He's here. A pause. Voices in the background. Monitor beeps. The little storm of an active unit. This is Carla from 7 West, the woman said. We're missing his wedding ring. Carla Reyes, 29, female, was an ICU nurse from Scranton, quick speaking, and usually friendly in the strained way nurses get after midnight. I had met her a handful of times during transfers. She had dark curls pinned under a disposable cap, tired eyes, and a habit of apologizing for things that weren't her fault. Over the phone, she sounded more awake than anyone should at 3:20 a.m. Personal effects bag, I asked. Checked it twice. Family take it. They say no. Daughter's very upset. She remembers it on him. I opened the intake sheet. Personal effects, hospital gown, socks, wristband, no ring. It wasn't logged when he came down, I said. I know, but can you check? Please. She's asking if it could have slipped off during transport. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. There it was. An ordinary reason to open drawer 12. A ring. A grieving daughter. A mistake, maybe mine. My private fear tightened its little fist inside me. I was careful because I had once not been careful enough. 3 years earlier, at a different hospital in Erie, I had released the wrong personal effects bag to a family. Nothing legally catastrophic. No body mix-up. No news story. Just a plain brown envelope with a dead woman's necklace, reading glasses, and a folded grocery list given to the son of another dead woman who had nothing left but hospital socks. It was fixed within hours, but not before 2 families cried in the same office while I stood there with my badge hanging crooked and my supervisor saying my name in that quiet, disappointed voice. I still remembered the son holding the grocery list like it was a wound. Since then, I checked everything twice, sometimes 3 times. Mara watched me while I listened to Carla breathe through the phone. Yeah, I said finally. We'll check. Thank you, I'm sorry. I know it's a pain. It's fine. It's yellow gold, plain band. Daughter said there's an inscription inside, but she doesn't know exactly what. His wife died last year. Got it. Carla lowered her voice. She's been sitting by the elevators for an hour. I told her we'd look. That annoyed me more than it should have. Not at Carla, not at the daughter, but at the idea of grief moving around upstairs while we were down here counting objects like accountants. Grief made people push doors. Grief made rules seem cruel. Grief made small mistakes feel like theft. We'll call you back, I said. I hung up. Mara had already pulled a fresh pair of gloves from the box. We document before opening. I know. You say that like I'm insulting you. You say it like I forgot. People forget at 3 a.m. She wasn't wrong. I opened the camera view wider, then started a manual note in the log. 0323, drawer 12 opened to verify personal effects. Possible missing ring reported by ICU RN Rays. Present, E. Marsh M. Klein. Mara read over my shoulder and nodded once. Then she said, "Get Aaron." I looked up. Why? Because if we find a ring, we need a witness. If we don't find a ring, we still need a witness. And because you heard a knock from a drawer, and I don't like two-person stories. That was Mara. Practical enough to make fear sound like policy. I called security from the desk phone. Aaron Voss, 56, male, was the night security officer assigned to the lower levels. A broad-shouldered former Pittsburgh cop with a stiff left knee and a collection of dad jokes so dry they should have required IV fluids. He had left policing after a shoulder injury and a divorce, in that order if you asked him, reversed if you asked anybody else. He wasn't jumpy. He wasn't imaginative. He treated the hospital basement like a neighborhood he had to keep from arguing with itself. He arrived 4 minutes later with a flashlight clipped to his belt and a half-eaten protein bar in one hand. "Somebody stealing from the dead again?" he asked. "Again," I said. "Everything is again in a hospital." Mara pointed at his protein bar. "Not in here." He looked at it, looked at the cooler, and tucked it into his jacket pocket. "Fair." I explained the missing ring, not the knock. Mara let me finish, then added, "Elliot also heard a sound from the drawer." Aaron looked at me. "A sound," I said. "What kind?" "A knock." His eyebrows moved up, but only a little. "How many?" "2. "Same drawer?" "Yes." "Could be the rails," he said. "That's what we're hoping," Mara replied. Aaron shifted his weight onto his good leg and glanced at the drawer wall. "You want me to stand here and look official?" "I want you to witness," Mara said. "Same thing." I pulled the body release checklist from the clipboard and set it on the prep table. The paper felt too loud when I flipped it. Every small movement seemed amplified now. The snap of gloves, the squeak of Mara's shoe, the plastic click of Aaron unclipping his flashlight. The cooler kept humming. Steady, patient. We approached drawer 12 like it was any other drawer. That mattered. Routine is a rope in places like that. You hold on with both hands. I checked the label slot first. Bishop Leonard. MRN ending 4412. Date of birth, date and time of death. I read it aloud. Mara confirmed against the log. Aaron stood behind us, arms crossed, trying not to look like he was bracing. Mara took the handle. "Ready?" she asked. I said, "Yeah." She pulled. The drawer slid out 6 inches, smooth at first, then caught hard enough that the metal frame barked. Mara stopped. Aaron's flashlight clicked on. "What's that?" he asked. Rail catch, Mara said, but her voice had lost a degree of certainty. She pushed the drawer back in. It moved 3 inches, then stopped. Not locked, not fully closed, jammed. I crouched and looked along the lower rail. Condensation had beaded on the steel and gathered lint in gray strings. Nothing obvious. No strap hanging out. No plastic folded into the track. Try again, I said. Mara pulled. This time the drawer came out nearly halfway with a long metallic shriek that made my teeth press together. The black body bag lay centered on the tray. White tag at the zipper. Intake seal intact. No movement. No impossible shape. Just a bag in a drawer under cold light. For one breath, the world became embarrassingly normal. Mara exhaled through her nose. Aaron lowered the flashlight a fraction. See, he said gently. Rail. I wanted to believe him so badly that I almost did. Mara broke the seal, documented the number, and unzipped the bag from chest to waist. Mr. Bishop's face appeared under the plastic fold, pale and slack, mouth held closed by the set of the jaw. He had a trimmed white beard, bruising at both elbows from IV attempts, and adhesive residue on his chest where monitor leads had been removed. His left hand lay along his side. His right was partly under the sheet. No ring on the visible hand. Mara lifted the sheet carefully. Left hand first. I leaned closer, shining Aaron's flashlight at the fingers. There was a pale groove around the ring finger, deep, recent, the kind left by a band worn for decades. No ring. Check under him, Mara said. We moved carefully, professionally, with the small respect of not making a dead man look handled. Shoulder, hip, sheet fold, side seam of the bag. Nothing. Aaron cleared his throat. Could have come off upstairs. Maybe, I said, but then something small clicked against metal beneath the tray. Not a knock. A tiny hard sound. Tick. All 3 of us heard it. Mara looked at me. I looked at Aaron. Aaron aimed the flashlight down through the gap between the tray and the drawer frame. There, he said. A plain gold band sat lodged near the right rail, just beyond the reach of my fingers, shining dull yellow under the light. It must have slipped under the edge of the body bag and fallen through the tray gap when we opened the drawer. Simple, explainable, almost comforting. I grabbed long forceps from the prep cart and reached in. The band scraped once against steel as I worked it free. It came out cold. I held it in my gloved palm. Inside the ring, tiny letters had been worn almost smooth. LB plus MB always. Mara photographed it beside the case label, then had Aaron witness the property addendum. The familiar machinery of procedure started moving again, and I felt my breathing settle into it. We had a problem. We solved it. We had documentation. We had a witness. The daughter upstairs would get the ring. Normal, normal, normal. Then drawer 12 knocked again. Not from the rail, not from the wall, from inside the open drawer. 3 quick raps beneath the tray, directly under Leonard Bishop's body. Knock, knock, knock. Aaron stumbled back hard enough to hit the prep table. The forceps slipped from my hand and clattered across the tile. Mara didn't move at all, but her eyes sharpened in a way that made the room feel smaller. The body bag lay open. Mr. Bishop lay still. Under the tray, something knocked once more. Lower this time. Deliberate. Mara reached over and zipped the bag back to the chest, not fully closed, just enough to cover him. Her fingers were steady, but I noticed she missed the zipper pull on the first try. Aaron whispered, "What the hell was that?" No one answered him. The cooler hummed. The light above drawer 12 flickered once and held. Somewhere far upstairs, a code chime sounded over the hospital speakers, calm and bright, and completely indifferent to the three of us standing around an open morgue drawer at 3:31 in the morning. Mara turned to the security camera, then to me. "Do not close it yet," she said. "What? If there's an animal in the mechanism, we don't trap it." Aaron stared at her. "An animal? You have a better explanation I want to hear." He didn't. I looked at the gap under the tray. It was barely 3 inches. A rat could fit there. Maybe. The hospital had pest control. Every hospital did, whether administration liked the phrase or not. A rat in the rails, a loose tool, a piece of equipment shifting from vibration. Something ordinary in the wrong place. But the rhythm of it stayed in my ears. Knock, 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 like someone answering. Mara stepped back and spoke carefully, the way she did around scalpels and grieving families. "We have 2 choices. We close the drawer, log the ring, call facilities, and let them inspect the unit after pickup." Aaron shook his head. "And the other choice, we take the tray out far enough to look underneath now." My stomach tightened. I wanted the first option, with an ache that felt childish. Close it, file it, make it a maintenance ticket. Let daylight turn it into a story about a weird noise and a missing wedding band. Let somebody else crawl around near the rails with a flashlight. But the ring sat in its evidence pouch on the desk, and Carla was upstairs with a grieving daughter by the elevators, and the open drawer waited in front of us with its breath of cold air spilling around our shoes. Mara looked at me, not Aaron, because it was my log, my shift, my drawer. "What do you want to do?" she asked. The cooler motor dipped again, and from somewhere beneath drawer 12 came one last faint tap, so soft it might have been metal settling. Or patience. I picked up the forceps from the floor and dropped them in the contaminated bin. Then I reached for a fresh pair of gloves. Mara made us stop before anyone touched the tray again. That was the kind of thing I respected about her. Even while every nerve in my body wanted to rush. She didn't step backward from fear, and she didn't step forward into it either. She held up one gloved hand like she was stopping traffic, then pointed at the desk. "Log first." Aaron stared at her. His flashlight beam trembled against the edge of drawer 12 and made the frost on the metal sparkle in little broken pieces. "You want paperwork for that. I especially want paperwork for that. For a rat. For whatever we tell ourselves this is later." That shut him up. I went to the desk because following procedure was easier than thinking. My gloves stuck slightly to the keyboard. I typed with 2 fingers so I wouldn't smear anything. 0334. Continued audible tapping from underside of drawer 12 tray. Drawer remains open. Ring recovered. Facilities notification pending. Present, E. Marsh, M. Klein, A. Voss. The words looked ridiculous on the screen. Audible tapping, like I was describing a leaky pipe. Mara stood beside the open drawer, one hand resting lightly on the metal frame, not touching the body bag. Aaron had taken 2 steps back, and planted himself near the prep table, as if distance alone could turn him into a witness instead of a participant. The air from the cooler rolled over the tile and settled around our ankles. My toes had gone numb through my shoes. "Call facilities," Mara said. I picked up the beige phone again and dialed the after-hours extension taped to the monitor. It rang 6 times, then clicked over to a recorded message telling me emergency maintenance calls should be routed through the hospital operator. "Of course," I said. Mara looked over. "Voicemail, operator." I dialed 0. The hospital operator answered with a yawn tucked behind professionalism. "St. Bridget S. This is Elliot in the morgue. We need facilities in the decedent care suite. Possible mechanical issue with one of the cooler drawers." There was a soft clack of keys. "Is this affecting temperature?" I glanced at the cooler display. 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Stable. Not currently. Is there flooding, electrical sparking, or active leak? No. Then I can page the on-call engineer. How long? The operator hesitated. Depends where he is. That meant no one knew. We have a decedent scheduled for release at 9, I said. The drawer is jammed open. It wasn't exactly jammed open. Not yet. But the lie came out dressed as urgency before I could stop it. Mara's eyes flicked toward me. The operator became more alert. "Okay, I'll page him now." "Thank you." I hung up. Mara waited 1 second. "The drawer is not jammed open. It caught twice. That is different from jammed open." "I know, do you?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it landed hard. I felt heat climb up my neck, ridiculous in that cold room. Aaron rubbed his jaw. "He's trying to get them down here faster." "By making the record inaccurate," Mara said. "By making it accurate enough," I said, and immediately hated how defensive I sounded. Mara turned fully toward me then. Behind her, Leonard Bishop lay half-zipped in black plastic, the curve of his shoulder visible beneath the bag. "There is no accurate enough in here, Elliot. There's accurate, or there's a problem someone else inherits." That hit the old bruise. The wrong brown envelope in Erie. The grocery list. Looking at me like I had mishandled the only proof his mother had existed outside a hospital bed. "I'll amend it," I said. "Good, I did. 0338 addendum. Drawer previously caught during opening. Currently open and stable, not fully assessed." My hands felt clumsy. Aaron tried to soften the room. "For what it's worth, I would have said jam too." Mara looked at him. He raised both hands, not helping. "Got it." Then the phone rang again. I grabbed it too quickly. Morgue. It was Carla from ICU, her voice lower now. "Hey, sorry to bother you. Did you find it?" "Yes," I said. "We found the ring." "Oh, thank God." She exhaled away from the receiver. "Is it okay if family comes down for it?" "No," Mara said from 10 feet away. I covered the mouthpiece. I wasn't going to say yes. Say no clearly. I uncovered it. "Not to the morgue. We'll send it up through security or bring it ourselves once it's logged." There was a pause. "The daughter is asking to see him." I closed my eyes. That was the problem with hospital basements. You could pretend the grief stayed upstairs until someone sent it down in a sentence. "Now," I asked. "She says she didn't get to say goodbye." He coded while she was parking. Mara mouthed, "No, I already knew." Viewing meant preparation. Preparation meant time, paperwork, a presentable room, confirmation that the body was fit for viewing. Drawer 12 was open. Something under it had knocked like a fist. "Carla, we can't do a viewing right now." "I understand, but Carla lowered her voice further. "She's escalating, not violent, just distraught. Charge nurse wants to know whether we can give her a time." "After the funeral home pickup," I said. "That's 6 hours." "I know." Another pause. A voice in the background, sharp and wet with crying. "I just want his ring." "Why won't they give me his ring?" Carla came back. "Could someone bring it up soon?" I looked at the evidence pouch on the desk. Yellow gold, tiny inscription. A simple object with the power to pull everyone in the building out of procedure. "Yes," I said. "We'll get it upstairs as soon as we secure it." Mara frowned at the word secure. Carla said, "Thank you, really." The call ended. Aaron nodded toward the ring. "I can take it." "No," Mara and I said together. He blinked. "Okay, strong feelings." "It needs to be transferred with documentation," Mara said. "I can sign things." "You can also lose things," I said before I thought better of it. Aaron's face changed. Not much, just a small closing around the eyes. Mara looked at me. I felt like a jerk instantly. Aaron had been nothing but useful. Nervous, yes, but present. And I had taken my own fear of objects going missing and handed it to him like an accusation. "I didn't mean that," I said. "Sure," he said. "No, Aaron, I'm sorry. That came out wrong." He looked at drawer 12 instead of me. "People usually say what they mean down here. Saves time." The cooler chose that moment to make a thick clicking sound, followed by a downward groan from the motor. The display flickered from 37 to 38, then back again. Mara stepped to the panel. "What?" I asked. "Defrost cycle, maybe." "Does it usually do that?" She didn't answer fast enough. The drawer knocked again. One time. Hard. The sound snapped through the room and hit the metal table with a sympathetic buzz. Aaron cursed under his breath. I stepped back and bumped the rolling stool. It spun away, squealing on one bad caster. Mara leaned down, eyes level with the gap under the tray. "Flashlight," she said. Aaron hesitated. "Mara," I said, "flashlight." He came forward and angled the beam beneath drawer 12. The light cut across the lower rail, the underside of the tray, a line of condensation, gray lint, and something dark wedged far back near the wall. "Stop," Mara said. "What is that?" Aaron asked. The dark thing did not move. I crouched beside Mara. The tile was cold through my scrub pants. At that angle, the drawer looked less like a drawer and more like a narrow mechanical throat. Rails, wheels, brackets, frost, a black strip hanging where nothing should hang. "Is that plastic?" I asked. "Maybe," Mara said. Aaron shifted the flashlight. The dark strip swung slightly, not from its own motion, but from air moving. There was lettering on it, white on black. Not enough to read. Mara reached for the forceps. I caught her wrist before I could decide whether it was smart. "Don't." Her eyes moved to my fingers on her sleeve. I let go. "Sorry." "No," she said, "you're right." That surprised me more than the knock. She stood. "We need engineering before we pull anything from the mechanism. If it's caught in the rail, we could compromise the drawer." "Compromise how?" Aaron asked. "Drop the tray. Damage the unit. Tear the bag. Use your imagination." "My imagination is having a bad night." A tone sounded from the cooler panel, not loud, just a small electronic chirp. The temperature display blinked 39. Mara stepped closer. That's new. I looked at the other drawers. 23 closed compartments, each holding someone whose family trusted us without knowing our names. The cooler wasn't just a room. It was custody. It was evidence sometimes. It was dignity always. The chirp sounded again. 39 became 40. Door open too long, Mara said. Then we close it, Aaron said. We can't close it with something in the rail. We also can't leave it open. The argument sat there, clean and horrible. A time-sensitive problem. Not the knocking. Not even the ring. The cooler temperature. Every minute drawer 12 stayed open. Cold air spilled out. Every degree mattered, especially with bodies scheduled for release, autopsy, or medical examiner transfer. If the cooler moved outside range for too long, we had to document it, notify pathology leadership, possibly move decedents to the auxiliary unit across the basement, assuming it had space. It often didn't. Then came phone calls, incident reports, questions from families and funeral homes, and the quiet professional shame of explaining why the one thing a morgue absolutely must do, keep the dead properly, had faltered on your watch. The temperature blinked 41. Mara said, Elliot, call house supervisor. Tell them we may need the auxiliary cooler cleared. My mouth went dry. That's going to trigger an incident report. Yes, maybe facilities gets here in 5 minutes. Maybe they don't. We can't call the house supervisor because of a 4-degree rise. We call because we might need staff to help transfer if this cooler fails. If we say cooler failure, this becomes a hospital-wide problem. Mara's patience thinned. It is a hospital problem. I knew she was right. I also knew the moment I made that call, the night stopped being manageable. People upstairs would ask for names, times, decisions, why the drawer had been opened, why it stayed open, why I had written jammed and then amended it, why I heard knocking and didn't immediately lock the room down or call a supervisor. That was the private fear again, no longer a little fist. Now it had teeth. Aaron's radio crackled at his shoulder. Base to Voss. He grabbed it. Voss. Can you respond to 7 West ICU? Female visitor refusing to leave restricted area. Aaron closed his eyes. I'm in the morgue on an active issue. The radio hissed. Copy, can it wait? Aaron looked at us. The cooler chirped again. No, he said, it cannot. Copy, sending Patel. He clipped the radio back, but his attention had shifted. That's probably Bishop's daughter. Great, I said. Mara gave me a look. I mean, not great. The phone rang again before I could call anyone. This time Mara answered. Morgue, Klein, she listened. Her face became still. Say that again. I felt the room tilt slightly, though nothing had changed. Mara put the call on speaker without asking. A man's voice came through, breathless and irritated. This is Dr. Havel in pathology. I just got a call from the operator saying there's a mechanical issue in the cooler. What's happening? Dr. Samuel Havel, 51 male, was the overnight pathologist on call from his house in Squirrel Hill, which meant he was technically responsible for us, but physically removed enough to be annoyed by anything that required pants. He was brilliant in the way that made people forgive bad manners until they had to work with him at 3 in the morning. Mara said, Drawer 12 is open. Rail obstruction suspected. Temperature has risen to 42 and climbing. Facilities paged. Why is the drawer open? Missing personal effect check. For whom? Leonard Bishop. The ICU cardiac. Yes. A keyboard clicked on his end. He's a funeral home release. Why are we performing a detailed search at 3:30? I stepped closer. The family reported a missing wedding ring. We found it. Good. Close the drawer. We can't confirm the rail is clear, Mara said. Then close it carefully. Aaron made a face at the phone. Mara said, there has been repeated knocking or impact sounds from under the tray. The line went quiet. When Dr. Havel spoke again, his irritation had sharpened to something colder. Impact sounds. Yes, from the decedent. No, from beneath the tray or drawer mechanism. Is this a joke? No, Mara said. I added, security is here witnessing. Aaron leaned toward the phone. Unfortunately, Dr. Havel sighed. Listen to me. If temperature is rising, close the drawer. If it will not close, move Bishop to another drawer and take 12 offline. Do not turn a maintenance issue into a ghost story. No one said ghost, Mara said. Good, keep it that way. The call ended. Mara stared at the phone. Aaron said, I like him. You would, I muttered. The cooler display blinked 43. Move Bishop to another drawer. Simple on paper. Awful in practice. We had empty space in drawer 6, top row west wall. But transferring a decedent from a partially extended, possibly obstructed tray required care. We'd have to pull drawer 12 out farther, move the body bag to a clean transfer cart, then reload into drawer 6. If something was jammed beneath the tray, pulling farther could worsen it. If we didn't pull far enough, the angle could make the transfer unsafe. If the tray dropped, Leonard Bishop could fall. If the bag tore, there would be a different kind of cleanup, one that lived in your hands afterward, no matter how long you scrubbed. I said, we need the hydraulic lift. Mara nodded, bring it. Aaron looked relieved to have a task. Where? Storage alcove outside anatomy. He frowned. That thing with the dead battery. It was plugged in yesterday. In this building, yesterday is a myth. He left at a fast, limp, flashlight beam bobbing down the corridor. The motion lights woke in segments after him. Mara and I were alone with drawer 12. The temperature held at 43 for 1 mercy second, then turned 44. I called the house supervisor. Deborah Wynn, 63, female, was the overnight house supervisor, a nurse from Western Pennsylvania who had seen every version of hospital chaos and treated most of it like weather. Her voice came through calm but clipped. Wynn, Deb, it's Elliot in the morgue. We may need help with a cooler transfer. How many decedents? Hopefully 1, possibly more if temperature keeps rising. Why is temperature rising? Drawer issue. Facilities paged. Is there exposure risk? No. Security present. Pathology notified. Yes. Dr. Havel advised moving the decedent and taking the drawer offline. Then do that. We're getting the lift. She paused. Elliot, is there anything else I need to know before I walk into a surprise? I looked at Mara. Mara nodded once. There have been unexplained impact sounds from the drawer mechanism, I said. Deborah did not laugh. That was why people trusted her. Human generated, she asked. We don't know. Could someone be in the wall? Service access? The question made my scalp tighten. No, Mara said, leaning toward the speaker. Not behind this bank. Solid utility chase, locked from engineering side. Locked is not a fact, Deborah said. Locked is a hope with paperwork. I had never liked her more. She continued, do not put your hands into the mechanism. Do not crawl behind anything. If you see evidence of tampering, you call police through security, not city dispatch, understood? Yes, I said. I'm coming down. 5 minutes. The line clicked dead. Mara looked at me. That was the right call. I wanted to feel reassured. Instead, I felt worse, because doing the right thing had made the situation real. Aaron came back pushing the hydraulic lift, which squealed so loudly it sounded like an animal being dragged by its tail. The battery indicator showed one green bar. Plugged in yesterday, he said. Technically true, maybe by a liar. We only need one lift, Mara said. He parked it beside drawer 12, then looked down the corridor behind him. Also, ICU visitor is definitely Bishop's daughter. Patel says she's demanding to come down here. She can't, I said. Yeah, well, grief doesn't scan badges. The cooler chirped again. Mara's comm cracked for half a second. We move him now. We set the clean transfer board on the lift. Aaron locked the wheels. I checked the bag zipper, the wrist tag, the toe tag through the plastic. I said Leonard Bishop's name out loud because Mara always did before moving someone, and because it reminded me that the body was not a problem. The problem was around him. Leonard Bishop, I said, moving from drawer 12 to drawer 6 due to mechanical issue. Mara took the head end. I took the foot end. Aaron stood ready at the lift controls. On 3, Mara said. 1, 2, 3, we shifted the bag. Something resisted, not weight, not stiffness. A tug from beneath the tray. I froze. Mara looked at me over the black plastic. Again, she said. We lifted with more force. The bag moved 2 inches, then stopped hard. Leonard's right side seemed caught near the lower rail, though the sheet and bag looked clear. Aaron lowered the flashlight. Don't pull, he said. Mara snapped. We are not pulling. He aimed the beam under the body bag edge. A black strap disappeared through a narrow gap in the tray, looped around one of the bag handles, and drawn tight below the metal surface. The white lettering I'd seen earlier was clearer now, though upside down and partly hidden. Not hospital equipment. Not part of the drawer. A nylon luggage strap, the kind with a plastic buckle. Someone had threaded it through the tray from underneath, around the body bag, anchoring Leonard Bishop to drawer 12. For a moment, no one spoke. The cooler motor rattled overhead. The temperature display chirped again and blinked 46. Aaron whispered, that didn't happen by accident. Down the corridor, beyond the open suite door, a woman screamed. Not a horror movie scream. A real one, ragged, furious, full of a daughter's grief and someone trying to hold her back. My father is in there. The motion lights snapped on one by one outside. Mara looked at the strap, then at me. Deborah was not here yet. Facilities was not here. The cooler was warming. A grieving family member was approaching the morgue, and Leonard Bishop could not be moved without cutting loose whatever someone had rigged beneath him. Aaron reached for his radio. Before he could speak, the lights flickered once, twice. Then the morgue dropped into red emergency backup glow, and the cooler alarm began to sound in steady, accusing beeps. The red emergency lights made everyone look injured before anyone was. They washed the cooler room in a dull pulse, turning Mara's face the color of raw knuckles and painting Aaron's security jacket with dark moving stripes every time the alarm beacon rotated. The overhead fluorescence had gone out completely. Only the red backups remained, plus Aaron's flashlight, plus the greenish glow of the cooler panel blinking 46 like it was trying to shame us into speed. Beep, beep, beep. Not loud enough to drown thought, just loud enough to ruin it. Radio base, Mara said. Aaron already had the radio at his mouth. Voss to base. We've got emergency lighting in the morgue and cooler alarm active. Need facilities and house supervisor expedited. Also need Patel to hold the ICU family member outside the lower corridor. Static chewed his answer. Then, base copies. Power dip reported in North Tower elevators. Facilities already paged. Tell Patel not to bring her through radiology storage, Aaron said. That door opens straight into our hall. Copy. The morgue suite had 2 entrances. That mattered suddenly. The main entrance opened from the basement corridor beside radiology storage. The way everyone came in. Staff, security, funeral homes. The second was the rear loading bay door, past the prep room and the small chemical closet, where funeral directors backed up at civilized hours, and where deliveries came through with too much paperwork and not enough warning. Between those doors was our whole little kingdom. Office at the front, cooler room beyond it, prep room to the right, loading bay at the far end, where 12 sat on the east wall of the cooler room, half open like a tongue, and Bishop's body bag was strapped to it from underneath. First attempt, Mara said, not to us exactly, but into the room. We relieve tension on the strap and cut it where visible. We do not reach under the tray. I grabbed trauma shears from the prep cart. They were the heavy kind, orange-handled, meant for denim, seat belts, leather. Useful things in the wrong room. Aaron aimed the flashlight under the bag handle. The black nylon strap vanished through a narrow slot between tray and frame, pulled tight enough that the bag handle had twisted into a hard knot. White lettering flashed in pieces. "Can you read it?" I asked. Aaron angled the beam. "Looks like Ridge maybe, or Bridge. St. Bridget S., I said. "No," Mara said. "Our transport straps are blue, and they don't have white lettering." The alarm kept counting seconds for us. Beep, beep. Mara took the head end of the bag again, not lifting, just supporting. Elliot cut above the handle, not below, preserve the rest. I slid one blade of the shears beneath the nylon. The strap was tight, too tight. I had to wedge the blade in by feel. The metal jaw clicked softly against the tray edge. "Slow," Mara said. "I know," the shears bit. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the strap snapped with a flat, violent sound. The body bag jumped an inch toward us. I jerked back, elbow striking the drawer frame. Pain sparked down my forearm. The shears clattered onto the tray beside Leonard Bishop's covered hip, and from beneath the drawer came a rapid, hollow knocking. Not one knock, not 3. A frantic rolling series. Knock, 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 knock. Aaron stumbled backward into the cooler's west wall. His shoulder hit drawer 7 with a boom that answered the sound and made the whole bank vibrate. "Jesus," he barked. Mara grabbed the bag with both hands to stop it sliding. Elliot, I'm good, I lied. My elbow throbbed hot and deep. My fingers tingled. The knocking stopped. Something under the tray clicked once. The cooler temperature blinked 47. Mara looked under the gap with Aaron's flashlight. The cut end of the strap had disappeared through the slot, sucked backward or pulled by tension we couldn't see. Only a frayed black tail remained looped around the bag handle. Partial success, she said. Voice was thin now, controlled but thin. We freed one anchor, I said. One anchor, Aaron repeated. Mara didn't answer. She lifted the side of the body bag half an inch, enough to test movement. It stopped again, still tethered. Second strap, she said. My mouth tasted like coffee and metal. Where? Lower side, maybe under the shoulder. Aaron crouched despite his knee, breathing through his teeth. He shone the light beneath the tray from the front. I see another black line, runs across to the back. Can you reach it with shears? No, Mara said immediately. Too deep. Then we pull the drawer farther out, I said. Mara looked at the rails, then at the temperature panel, 48. If we pull farther and the strap is attached behind the rail, we may jam it permanently. If we don't pull farther, we can't move him. Aaron's radio snapped. Base to Voss. Be advised, visitor is at basement level with Officer Patel. House supervisor arriving now. A woman screamed again from the main corridor, closer this time. Not inside our suite yet, but close enough that the sound came through the office door and bent around the wall. I have the right to see him. Another voice, male, strained. Ma'am, you need to step back. Aaron pressed the radio button. Do not bring her into the morgue. Repeat, do not bring her inside. The reply came with static. Copy. She says staff stole property. I looked at the gold ring in the evidence pouch on the desk through the office doorway. It sat under the weak red light, small and accusing. I should take it to her, I said. Mara turned on me. No, it might calm her down. It might also pull you out of this room while we need hands. She thinks we stole it. And if you hand it over without completing transfer documentation, she may later say it was damaged, altered, or not his. You know that. I did know that. That was the awful part. Grief didn't make people liars, but it made memory desperate. Aaron's jaw tightened. We've got maybe 10 minutes before she pushes past Patel. Then lock the suite door, Mara said. Aaron limped into the office. I heard the main door close. Then the click of the lock. A moment later, the handle rattled hard. Hello, a woman called from the other side. Hello, is my father in there? Her voice broke on father. It did something to the room. The body on the tray became a person again, in a way even his name hadn't quite managed. Leonard Bishop. Husband. Father. Man with a ring groove worn deep into his finger. Mara closed her eyes for 1 second. Then she opened them. We continue. Deborah Wynne arrived at the office window, visible through the narrow, reinforced glass beside the locked door. Her gray hair was pulled into a severe bun, and she wore a navy cardigan over scrubs, badge clipped high. Behind her stood Officer Nikhil Patel, 31, male, a hospital security guard from New Jersey with a neat beard and anxious eyes. One arm extended to keep Bishop's daughter back without touching her. And then the daughter pushed into view. Dana Bishop, 38, female, was pale in the way people get after a night under hospital lights. She had a beige coat thrown over pajamas, one shoe tied, and one shoe dragging its lace. Her face was swollen from crying, but her eyes were sharp with anger. She pressed both palms to the window. "That's my dad," she said through the glass. "You can't lock me out from my dad." Deborah leaned toward the door, voice firm, but not unkind. "Elliot status. I came into the office far enough to be heard. Drawer 12 is compromised. Decedent is mechanically tethered to the tray. Cooler temperature is at 48 and rising." Dana went still. "Tethered," Deborah's eyes sharpened. "Mechanically tethered how?" "Black nylon straps threaded through the tray." Patel looked at Deborah. Dana slapped the glass with one hand. The sound cracked through the office. "What does that mean?" "It means we're solving a maintenance and security issue," Deborah said. "That is not an answer." "No," Deborah said, still calm. "It is the only answer I can safely give you from a hallway." Mara joined me at the office threshold. "We need facilities in the engineering chase behind the east cooler wall." Deborah nodded. "I'll route them there." "There's access from B corridor," Mara said. "Past linen, left of the old pharmacy cage. Locked panel. I know the one. I didn't. That bothered me." The morgue felt smaller every minute. There was the room we knew, and then there were spaces behind it. Utility chases, locked panels, service gaps where pipes and wiring ran like nerves through the hospital. If someone had tampered with drawer 12 from underneath or behind, they knew more about the building than I did. The second attempt began with the drawer rails. Facilities still hadn't arrived, so Mara decided we would extend the tray only 3 more inches, enough to expose the lower right edge, not enough to overbalance it. Aaron locked the hydraulic lift beneath the tray as a support. I braced the foot end. Mara stood at the handle. "On my count," she said. "If it catches, stop. Do not force." "Understood," I said. Aaron nodded. From the office, Dana's voice rose and fell as Deborah spoke to her. I caught pieces. "Wedding ring, not withholding, police if necessary," Mara counted. We pulled. The tray moved 1 inch, 2. Then something under drawer 12 made a dry zipping sound, like a cable tie being dragged over a sharp edge. The tray stopped. Aaron lowered the lift support. "I've got weight." "Don't lower more," Mara said. "I'm not." I leaned in with the flashlight. The extra inches showed us the second strap. It ran diagonally from the underside of the tray to the rear support bracket, looping around another bag handle near Bishop's shoulder. Not one strap after all. A system, crude but deliberate. And beside it was something else. A small white plastic rectangle stuck to the underside of the tray with gray tape. For one terrible second, my brain made it into a detonator. I couldn't help it. Hospital, hidden device, plastic rectangle, wires. "Back up," I said. Mara heard the difference in my voice and moved immediately. Aaron looked under, saw the rectangle, and whispered, "Is that back up?" I repeated. We did. All 3 of us retreated into the office, leaving drawer 12 open and the cooler alarm beeping behind us. Dana saw our faces through the glass and began shouting again. "What happened? What happened to him?" Deborah pushed the door open just enough to speak without letting anyone through. "Report. There's a device taped under the tray," I said. "White plastic, possible wires." I don't know. Patel's hand went to his radio. Mara said, "Don't call bomb squad yet." Aaron stared at her. "Why would you say yet like that helps?" "Because I saw no wires," Mara said. "I saw shape and tape." Elliot saw shape and tape. "We need eyes before we escalate." "It could be a tracker," I said. "A recorder, something." Deborah looked past us into the red-lit cooler. "No one touches it. Aaron, get a photo from a distance." Aaron swallowed. "Sure." He approached the drawer again with his phone held out, using zoom instead of getting close. His knee was bothering him now. I could see it in the way he shifted weight. He took 3 photos, then brought them back. We crowded around the screen. The white rectangle was not a bomb, not a tracker. It was a hospital visitor badge, folded in half and taped under the tray. The barcode was visible. So was a printed date from the previous afternoon. Mara enlarged the photo with 2 fingers. The name field was smudged, but the first letters were legible. Dana made a sound from outside the door, somewhere between a sob and a gasp. She had heard enough or seen enough through the glass. "That's mine," she said. Everyone looked at her. Her hands were still flat on the window, but the anger had drained, leaving a kind of naked confusion. "That's my visitor sticker. I put it on my coat. It fell off upstairs. I thought it fell off upstairs." Deborah turned. "When?" "I don't know. Earlier. Around midnight. I was in ICU. I never came down here." Patel said, "She's been on 7 West since I got called." "Since you got called," Mara said quietly. There it was. A fact and not a comfort. The terrifying device was only a visitor badge. Misdirection, explained, realistic, almost ridiculous. But if Dana's badge was taped beneath Leonard Bishop's morgue tray, then someone had taken it from wherever it fell, carried it into the morgue or the service space, and fixed it there as either a marker, a message, or bait. Dana started crying again, but differently now. Less anger, more fear. "Why is my sticker under my father?" No one answered. The cooler display hit 50. A new alarm tone joined the first, lower and more urgent. Deborah made the decision. "We are moving all decedents from the east wall." Mara looked at her. "We don't have enough room in auxiliary." "Then we prioritize open and affected units. Bishop first, then adjacent drawers if temperature doesn't stabilize. We still can't move Bishop. Then cut the strap. It may be evidence." Deborah stepped closer to Mara. Both women were calm. Neither was yielding. "The body is not evidence unless police say so," Deborah said. "Right now, he is a decedent in our custody in a warming cooler. And someone tampered with him, which I understand. But dignity and preservation come first." Mara's mouth tightened. "Fine, we cut what we can see." Aaron looked from one to the other. "And the visitor badge? Photograph in place," Deborah said. "Then leave it unless removal is necessary." Patel spoke from the hall. "Facilities says there at the engineering chase, but the panel lock is stripped. They need bolt cutters." Aaron laughed once. It had no humor in it. "Of course they do." The third attempt was messier. We returned to the cooler with Deborah inside now, Dana and Patel locked outside the office. Dana had gone quiet. That was worse. Her shape remained in the window, one hand pressed to the glass, watching red shadows move around her father. The air in the cooler no longer felt properly cold. It was cool, yes, but not more cold. Sweat gathered under my scrub collar, then chilled in the draft. My elbow had stiffened where I'd struck it, and my fingertips still buzzed. Mara taped an evidence ruler beside the visible strap and badge. Aaron photographed. Deborah documented times aloud while I entered them in the log from memory because my gloves were wet with condensation. Then Mara handed me the trauma shears. You have the better angle. I also have a numb hand. I can do it. No, I said too quickly. She studied me. There it was again. My flaw. My need to personally correct the error before anyone could say I let it spread. I had been on shift when Bishop came down. I had logged him. I had opened the drawer. Somewhere beneath all the rational parts of me, I felt responsible for the strap, which made no sense and still shaped every breath I took. Mara softened by 1/2 degree. Elliot, precision matters more than penance. I know, do you? I looked at drawer 12. No. She took the shears gently from my hand. Then let me. I did. That was harder than cutting. Mara crouched, bracing one shoulder against the drawer frame. Aaron held the flashlight. Deborah stood behind us with the radio, coordinating with facilities. The lower strap was deeper, twisted around the rear bracket. Mara could reach only the outer layer. She slid the shears in. Cut once. Nothing. Cut again. The strap frayed but held. Damn it, she whispered. The alarm beeped faster. 51. From the hall came a sudden crash. Dana screamed. Aaron spun, flashlight whipping across the ceiling. Patel shouted, "Stay back, stay back." For 1 second, I thought someone had broken through the rear loading bay. The sound had come from that direction, or seemed to. Metal on concrete, a cart overturning, a human cry. Aaron limped through the prep room toward the loading bay door, radio in hand. I followed before Mara could tell me not to. The prep room was darker than the cooler, lit only by red strips above the eyewash station and the square of emergency, light over the exit. Stainless counters reflected us in warped streaks. The chemical closet stood on the right. The rear loading bay door was closed, crash bar intact. On the floor beside the folded funeral home gurneys, a supply cart had tipped over. A case of clean body bags had slid off the bottom shelf and burst open, spilling black plastic across the concrete like flattened animals. For a breath, it looked like someone crawling. Then it was only bags. Patel called from the main corridor, voice carrying through the suite. It was her purse. She threw her purse. The crash had not come from the loading bay. It had come from the hall outside the office, echoing through the basement and confusing direction. Dana had thrown her purse against the locked morgue door. Aaron leaned against the wall, breathing hard. I'm getting too old for acoustics. I bent to gather the spilled bags, and my elbow protested so sharply I dropped one. Under the fallen cart, something small rolled. A black plastic buckle. Broken, same type as the strap under drawer 12. Aaron saw it too. We looked at each other. He crouched with a grunt and used his pen to nudge it clear. This was under the cart. Looked like it. He lifted the cart slightly with his foot. Dust marked the floor beneath it, except for one clean crescent where something had recently been dragged. The rear loading bay door beeped. Once, its access panel lit green. Aaron and I froze. The The door had not opened, the crash bar had not moved, but someone had just presented a badge on the other side. Aaron raised his radio. Base, do we have anyone at morgue loading? Static. Then, negative. Loading bay camera is down on our screen. My throat tightened. Say again. Camera is offline. Shows connection lost. Aaron drew himself upright, pain forgotten or buried. Lock status. System says secure. The rear door beeped again. Green light. Secure, but being tested. Aaron backed away from it. We need everyone out of the prep room. We returned to the cooler fast. Mara had managed to cut partway through the second strap, but not enough. Deborah was on the phone now, speaking in a tone I had heard nurses use when somebody was trying to die despite orders. Then break the lock, she said. I am authorizing it. Yes, document my name. The cooler display read 52. The hydraulic lift gave a soft electronic whine. Its single green battery bar disappeared. The platform sagged half an inch. Mara's head snapped up. Everyone hands on the tray. We grabbed it. Me at the foot, Mara at the side, Aaron at the frame, Deborah at the lift handle. The body bag shifted toward the open edge. Partially cut strap tightened again, stopping it with a jerk that made the tray ring. Leonard Bishop did not fall, but the drawer was now supported by a dead lift, a compromised rail, and 4 exhausted people. The alarm kept beeping. Dana appeared at the office window again, crying silently now, both hands over her mouth. Deborah looked from the sagging lift to the open drawer to the office door. We can't leave this, she said. No, Mara said. Aaron's radio crackled. Facilities to Voss. We're in the chase. A man's voice, out of breath, came through this time. We found the back of the cooler bank. Panel behind 12 has fresh tool marks. Also, static swallowed him. Aaron pressed the radio hard. Also what? The reply came broken but clear enough. There's a service hatch open behind the drawer. Someone S been back here. Then, from behind the east wall of the cooler, directly beyond drawer 12, came 3 slow knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Not from under the tray this time. From the other side of the wall. The point of no return arrived without anyone announcing it. Dana saw our faces and began pounding the office glass. The rear loading bay badge reader beeped again from the prep room. The cooler alarm climbed into a continuous tone. The lift sagged another inch, and drawer 12, still tethered, began to slide outward under its own weight. The drawer moved another inch. Not fast. That was worse. If it had dropped, if it had crashed, if the whole tray had given way at once, maybe we would have reacted like people in an emergency. Instead, it slid with a slow metal complaint, the kind of sound that made every second feel negotiable until it was. Mara jammed her hip against the side rail. Hold it. I am, I said. My hands were locked around the foot end, but my right fingers had gone half numb from the elbow strike, and the metal kept slipping in my sweaty gloves. The red emergency light blinked across Leonard Bishop's black body bag. The cut strap near his hip twitched every time the tray shifted, like a tendon under skin. Aaron braced one shoulder under the drawer frame and grunted. Lift is sinking. Deborah had both hands on the hydraulic handle, trying to pump pressure back into a battery-dead machine that answered with a weak electric whine and nothing else. I know, From behind the east wall, knock, knock, knock. Dana screamed from the office window. What is that? Who is back there? No one answered her. The cooler alarm had gone continuous now, one flat tone that seemed to press against my teeth. The temperature display read 53. The air smelled wrong, still cold but damp and handled. The clean sharpness was gone. Aaron's radio crackled. Facilities to morgue. We have movement in the chase. Repeat, movement behind cooler bank. Deborah snapped. Identify yourself. Static. Then the facilities man came back, breathing hard. We can't see them. Hatch behind 12 is open. There's a crawl gap. Somebody just kicked the panel from inside. A thud followed the words, muffled through concrete and steel. Then the knocking came again, but not like a plea, like a signal. Mara looked at Aaron. Police. Aaron grabbed his radio. Base, contact Pittsburgh police. Possible unauthorized person in restricted hospital service chase, tampering with morgue cooler, active safety risk. Lock down lower level access. Copy, Base replied, voice suddenly thin. Police being contacted. No sudden saviors. No instant sirens. Just a radio message leaving the basement and a problem still in our hands. The rear loading bay badge reader beeped again from the prep room. Green. Aaron looked that way, then back at the drawer. His face was wet with sweat. I can't hold this and cover the door, he said. You cover the door, Mara said. We hold the drawer. No, Deborah said. If the person in the chase is connected to whoever's at loading, we are not splitting blindly. The tray slid another half-inch. I felt the weight change. Then decide fast, I said. Mara's eyes went to the body bag, the strap, the drawer frame, the lift. I had seen her solve practical problems in silence before. Collapsed gurney wheels, leaking suction canisters, freezer doors sealed with ice. Her face became almost blank when she worked, not empty, just cleared. Transfer board, she said. It's under the bag, I said. No, the second one. Prep room. Aaron shook his head. That's near the loading door. I'll get it, Deborah said. You're 63, Aaron said. And you have one bad knee and a hero complex. Move. She was gone before anyone could argue, crossing the office into the prep room with her radio in one hand and a scalpel handle from the counter in the other. Not a weapon in any cinematic sense, just a piece of metal she could use if someone grabbed her. That somehow made it worse. The loading bay reader beeped again. Then the crash bar rattled. Deborah froze in the prep room doorway. Aaron drew his flashlight like it was a baton. Step back from that door. A voice came from the other side. Male, low, not facilities. Open up. No one moved. The voice tried again, louder. Hospital transport. I need the body. Dana stopped crying at the office window. Mara whispered, funeral home isn't scheduled until 9. Aaron keyed his radio. Base, do we have any authorized transport at morgue loading? Static, too long. Negative, Base said. No scheduled morgue pickup. The crash bar rattled harder. Deborah backed away from the prep room slowly, leaving the second transfer board where it hung on the wall. He has a badge. Or someone's badge, Mara said. The person outside swiped again. Beep, green, locked door, valid card. Offline camera. The map of the basement rearranged itself in my head. Front corridor blocked by Dana, Patel, and the office office door. Rear loading bay being tested by someone lying about transport. Engineering chase behind drawer 12 open from the B corridor side, where facilities had found tool marks. We were in the middle, holding a dead man strapped to a failing drawer, while someone, maybe more than one someone, pressed in from the hospital's hidden edges. My grip slipped. The tray lurched. Bishop's bag slid toward me, stopped by the remaining strap with a violent snap. The whole drawer bucked. Mara caught the head end, but her left hand slammed against the rail. She made a sound through her teeth. "Mara, finger," she said. Her glove had split at the index knuckle. Blood welled bright in the red light, almost black. "Go rinse," I said. "No, Mara, no." She grabbed a clean towel from the cart, wrapped it around her finger, and pressed her palm back to the drawer. Her jaw was tight. Her face had gone gray. Aaron's radio burst again. "Facilities says the person in the chase is moving away from them, toward Morgue side." "Toward us?" I asked. The answer came from the wall. A scraping sound. Metal on metal, not knocking now. The small service hatch behind drawer 12 was somewhere beyond the east wall, hidden from our side by the cooler bank. Whoever was back there had opened it from the chase, threaded straps through the drawer mechanism, and used Dana's badge like a calling card. They were still close enough to touch the back of the unit. Mara's eyes sharpened. The straps. What? They're not just tethering him. They're connected through the hatch. If they pull from the chase, the tray jerked outward another inch. We all understood at the same time. Someone behind the wall was pulling. Not hard enough to yank the body out, just enough to destabilize the drawer. Enough to make us choose between holding Leonard Bishop in place and responding to the doors. Aaron left the drawer. It was the right call, and it almost ruined us. The weight shifted. Deborah lunged in from the prep room and took his place, but she didn't have his strength. The drawer dropped lower on the deadlift. My palms burned. Mara's injured hand slipped, leaving a smear on the towel. Aaron moved to the east wall, not the loading bay. "Where's the service access on this side?" "There isn't one," Mara said. "There's always access." "Not from the cooler." He scanned the wall with his flashlight. White tile. Stainless drawer bank. Temperature panel. No door. No handle. The loading bay crash bar rattled again. "Open the damn door," the man outside said. "You're going to ruin everything." That sentence cut through the alarm. Not, "You're going to get me in trouble." Not, "You're violating procedure. You're going to ruin everything." Deborah heard it too. Aaron, on it. He moved toward the prep room, but Dana screamed from the front. "He's here," Patel shouted. "Ma'am, get back." I looked through the office window and saw a man enter the basement corridor behind Dana and Patel. He wore navy scrubs under a hospital transport jacket, surgical mask under his chin, cap pulled low. In one hand, he held a badge reel. In the other, a folded metal tool about the size of pruning shears. For half a second, he looked like staff. Then he turned his face toward the office glass. I knew him, not his name, his face. He had been one of the quiet relatives in ICU when Leonard Bishop came down. Standing behind Dana near the elevators. Dark hair, narrow shoulders, watching too much and saying nothing. Dana recognized him too. "Cal," she said. Caleb Mercer, 41 male, was Dana Bishop's cousin from Youngstown, Ohio, though I only learned the details later. In that moment, he was just a man in borrowed hospital clothing, with a badge he should not have had, walking toward the morgue door with the focused, pale look of someone who had already crossed too many lines to turn around cleanly. Patel stepped between him and Dana. "Sir, stop there." Caleb swung the metal tool, not at Patel's head, at his hand. A sharp, practical strike. Patel cried out and dropped his radio. Dana screamed and stumbled backward into the wall. Aaron saw it through the office glass and bolted. The drawer shifted again as he left the cooler. "Hold," Mara shouted. I held. Everything narrowed to wait. My shoulder burned. My elbow throbbed. My fingers slipped on condensation and glove powder. Deborah had her knee braced against the lift, both hands under the tray frame, face set in a grimace. Mara stood at the head end, one good hand and one bleeding hand wrapped in a towel. From the office came impact sounds. Aaron hitting the door release. The lock clicking. Patel shouting. Dana crying, "Cal, what did you do?" Then Aaron's voice, full and hard, "Drop it." The fight lasted maybe 8 seconds. It sounded longer because we couldn't look away from the drawer. A body hit the office wall. A plastic chair skidded. Someone grunted. The tool clanged on tile. Caleb shouted. He wasn't supposed to go yet. Dana sobbed. "What are you talking about?" Mara's eyes met mine over Leonard Bishop's body bag. He wasn't supposed to go yet. The words were absurd until they weren't. The ring, the family, the funeral home release, the straps, the false transport at the back door. Someone wanted Leonard Bishop delayed, diverted, or taken before morning. The tray jerked again, this time hard. Mara lost her grip and hit the drawer bank shoulder first. Deborah yelled. The foot end dropped, and Leonard Bishop's body bag slid toward the open edge. I made a choice without thinking. I let go of the frame and threw my arms over the bag. My chest hit cold plastic. My injured elbow burst white hot with pain. The bag slid beneath me, dragging both of us 6 inches before the strap caught again. For 1 second, I was lying across a dead man in a red-lit morgue, cheek against condensation, hearing someone behind the wall pull hard enough to make the nylon sing. Mara grabbed the back of my scrub top. "Elliot, cut it," I shouted. "We can't reach the handle. Cut the bag handle." That was the thing none of us had wanted to do. The bag was intact custody. Clean transfer, respect, procedure. But procedure was already bleeding on the floor. Mara understood first. She snatched the trauma shears from the tray, wedged them beneath the body bag handle where the strap looped tight, and cut through the reinforced plastic. Once. No, again. The handle split. The strap snapped backward through the slot with a vicious zipping sound and vanished beneath the drawer. From behind the wall came a human cry. Not pain exactly. Surprise. The pulling stopped. The bag was free. For half a second, nobody moved. Then the drawer dropped. The dead lift folded with a metallic sigh, not completely, but enough. The tray pitched forward. I slid with Bishop toward the edge. Deborah caught my belt. Mara caught the bag near the shoulder. I grabbed the tray lip with my left hand and felt something tear in my elbow as my weight and Bishop's weight pulled against it. I screamed. Not ashamed of that. Aaron Aaron appeared at the cooler doorway with blood on his cheek that I hoped wasn't his. "What happened?" "Help," Deborah barked. "He did. Bad knee or not, he came in low, shoulder under the tray, and drove upward." Mara pulled the bag sideways. Deborah hauled me by the belt. Together, with no elegance at all, we rolled Leonard Bishop's body bag off drawer 12 and onto the transfer board, still balanced on the sagging lift. The board tipped. Aaron caught it. Mara caught the head end. I collapsed to one knee and nearly vomited from the pain in my arm. "Move," Mara said. We moved, not smoothly, not with dignity. The body bag slid onto the transfer board, then onto the rolling cart Deborah shoved into place with her hip. The cart's wheels squealed as if protesting the whole night. The exposed drawer 12 tray, suddenly unweighted, snapped backward 2 inches, then slammed forward again and stuck at a crooked angle. The cooler alarm screamed, but Bishop was free of drawer 12. That was the first victory. It cost Mara blood and my arm, and whatever clean version of the night had still existed. "Drawer 6, Deborah said. "No," Mara said. Deborah stared at her. "Not in this cooler. Not until we know what else was touched." She was right. If Caleb or whoever else had access to the chase behind the east wall, drawer 6 might be fine, or it might not. We could not put Leonard back into the same compromised system. "Auxiliary cooler," Mara said. "Across basement," said. With him still in the building. From the office, Caleb shouted, muffled now, probably pinned or cuffed by Patel. "You don't know what he did. You don't know what's in him." Dana was crying harder. "Stop talking. Stop talking." Mara froze. "What's in him?" I repeated. Deborah's face hardened. "Do not engage him." But Caleb kept shouting. He swallowed it. He always said nobody would get it if he died. I told them I could get him before release. I told them a scuffle cut him off. Aaron looked sick. Swallowed what? No one answered because the answer did not matter yet. Not medically, not legally, not while Leonard Bishop was on a cart in a warming morgue with a compromised rear door and an open service chase. The central threat had a shape now. Human greed, human desperation, a hospital badge, a service hatch, a dead man treated like a container. The rear loading bay crash bar rattled again. We all turned. The man outside was still there, or another one was. Aaron cursed. Caleb wasn't at the loading door. "No," Deborah said. "He was the front. 2 entrances. 1 chase. More than 1 person." The cart sat between cooler and prep room. To reach the auxiliary cooler, we had to leave the morgue suite through the main office door, turn left down the basement corridor past radiology storage, then right at linen, through the double doors to the old pathology annex. The rear loading bay was closer, but exposed. The engineering chase ran parallel to that route for part of the wall. Retreat was no longer retreat. Staying was worse. Deborah made the call. We go front. Aaron clears corridor. Patel holds Caleb. Mara and Elliot push the cart. I stay at the office door and control Dana. "I can push," I said. "You can barely stand." "I can push with 1 arm." Mara glanced at my right arm. It hung wrong against my side, not broken maybe, but useless enough. "You steer, I push." Aaron stepped into the office first. Caleb was on the floor against the wall, 1 wrist zip tied to the leg of a bolted bench, with Patel's spare restraints. Patel held a towel around his own bleeding hand. Dana crouched near the opposite wall, ring evidence pouch clutched unopened against her chest. Someone must have given it to her in the chaos. Maybe Deborah. Maybe no one would admit it later. Caleb looked at the cart and began to laugh. It wasn't wild laughter. It was worse. Tired, bitter. "You're too late," he said. Dana lifted her head. Too late for what? He looked at her with something almost like pity. He didn't trust Banks, Dana. Aaron stepped over him and opened the corridor door. Clear. The basement corridor beyond was washed in emergency red and patchy darkness. The motion lights were out. Radiology storage sat to the left, door ajar. The path to linen stretched ahead, long and low-ceilinged, with pipes running along the right wall. Somewhere distant, facilities shouted in the engineering chase. We rolled Leonard Bishop out of the morgue. That was the point of no return. The moment the cart crossed the threshold, the cooler room became evidence behind us. The service hatch became a live access point beside us, and the dead man became something people were willing to hurt the living to reach. We made it 10 feet. Then the radiology storage door opened wider. A second man stepped out carrying a folded transfer shroud and a hospital badge on a lanyard. He saw us. We saw him. For one breath, everyone paused like the building itself had inhaled. Then he ran straight at the cart. Aaron intercepted him with his shoulder, but his bad knee folded. They hit the wall together. The man swung the badge lanyard around Aaron's throat and pulled. Aaron's flashlight dropped and rolled, sending wild light across the floor. Mara shoved the cart into my hip. "Go." I pushed with my left arm and my whole body. Pain fired through my right side. The cart wheels rattled over a floor seam, and Leonard Bishop's bag shifted on the board. Deborah grabbed the front rail. "Keep him centered." Behind us, Aaron choked. Patel ran past with one injured hand useless at his chest. Dana screamed Caleb's name, then her father S, then nothing clear at all. The second man lost his grip on Aaron and lunged for the cart. Mara turned with the trauma shears still in her hand. "Back up," she said. He didn't. She drove the closed shears into his forearm, hard enough to make him drop the shroud. Not stabbing, not theatrical. A blunt, desperate strike from a woman who knew exactly how much force bone and nerve could accept. He screamed and stumbled. Aaron, coughing, swept his bad leg into the man's ankle. Both went down. Deborah slapped the linen double doors with her badge. Red light. No unlock. "Come on," she said. She tried again. Red. The access system had failed, overlocked. From behind us, in the morgue office, Caleb shouted, "They changed the locks after midnight, idiot." The second man crawled toward the cart. I kicked him. I didn't aim well. My shoe connected with his shoulder, and he grabbed my scrub pant leg. His fingers dug into my calf. Mara hit his wrist with the shears. He let go. Deborah pulled a key ring from her pocket with shaking hands. Real keys. Old keys. The kind hospitals keep because computers are only trustworthy until they are. She tried one. Wrong, tried another. Wrong. The corridor seemed to stretch longer around us. Aaron was on hands and knees, gasping. Patel had the second man pinned by one shoulder, but couldn't cuff him with his injured hand. The man looked up at Leonard Bishop's body bag and said, "Just give us the drive. Drive, not jewelry, not grief, not a ghost knocking from a drawer. A drive. Mara heard it too. Deborah's third key turned. The linen double doors opened. Cold air from the old pathology annex spilled over us, faint and dusty, but clean. We shoved the cart through. Deborah slammed the doors behind us and locked them manually. On the other side, Aaron and Patel held the corridor. Police were still not there. Facilities still shouted somewhere behind the walls. Dana was still crying in the morgue office. Caleb and the second man were alive, restrained or close enough. Leonard Bishop was free of drawer 12. The conflict, at least the immediate one, had broken. But in the auxiliary cooler's pale emergency light, as Mara and Deborah helped me guide the cart inside, I looked down at the black body bag and saw a small, hard bulge beneath the plastic near Bishop's abdomen. Not moving, not knocking, just there. Mara saw me see it. Her bleeding hand tightened around the rail. "No one touches him now," she said. And for once, nobody argued. By the time the police reached the auxiliary cooler, nobody was shouting anymore. That was the first thing I noticed. Not the pain in my arm, not the smear of Mara's blood on the cart rail, not Aaron sitting on the floor with his back against the old pathology wall and one hand pressed to his throat. The quiet came first. Hospitals don't go quiet naturally. They idle, they hum, they hiss through vents and chirp through monitors and send voices out of ceiling speakers asking respiratory to call extension, numbers no one ever memorizes. But down there, behind the locked linen doors, with Leonard Bishop's body finally in the auxiliary cooler, and the rest of us arranged around the corridor like people waiting for instructions after a car wreck, the building seemed to be holding its breath. Then the elevator dinged somewhere beyond radiology. Footsteps came fast. Not running. Professional fast. 2 Pittsburgh police officers came in first, followed by a 3rd hospital security officer and a facilities supervisor I recognized by sight, but not by name. Behind them was Dr. Havel, wearing a wrinkled button-down shirt under his coat and the expression of a man who had been forced out of bed. And then shown that bed was no longer a valid excuse for disbelief. He stopped when he saw us. His eyes moved from Aaron's throat to Mara's wrapped hand to my right arm hanging against my side. Then to the auxiliary cooler door. "Where is Mr. Bishop?" he asked. Mara answered before I could. "Inside, on the transfer cart, not placed into a compartment, untouched since relocation." Dr. Havel looked at her towel-wrapped finger. "You're bleeding." I noticed. Older police officer, Sergeant Linda Kopek, 52, female, was broad-faced and calm in the practiced way of someone who had walked into plenty of ugly rooms and learned not to feed them with her own reaction. She asked for the shortest possible version, and Deborah gave it to her. Drawer tampering, straps, service hatch, attempted unauthorized access, 2 suspects restrained, possible evidence inside decedent. Kopek wrote without interrupting. When she did look up, her eyes settled on me. "You're the morgue tech on shift?" "Yes." "You opened the drawer?" "Yes." "You moved the decedent with Mara, Deborah, and Aaron?" "Yes." "Anyone touch the abdomen?" "No." My answer came too fast. She noticed. "That's That's important to you, she said. It's important. Mara stood beside me. He's telling the truth. Kopik nodded once, not quite acceptance, not quite doubt, just storage. The younger officer, Officer Bramhale, 27, male, thin and red-haired with a nervous habit of pushing his pen against his lower lip, went back toward the morgue suite with Aaron and 2 security staff to secure Caleb and the second man. Aaron refused the wheelchair someone brought him. That was Aaron. He limped worse than before and kept touching his throat when he thought no one was looking. But when Hale asked if he could walk, Aaron said, "I've been walking poorly for years." Nobody laughed. He didn't expect us to. Dana Bishop stayed in the front office under Patel's watch, holding her father's wedding ring pouch like it was warm. Deborah had given it to her during the chaos, which was both against strict procedure and exactly the human thing Deborah would do when all other procedures had failed to protect anyone. Dana didn't ask to see her father again. Not then. She sat in the chair by the morgue desk, coat pulled around her, face turned toward the floor. Every few minutes, she looked at Caleb through the open office door where he sat cuffed, and each time her expression changed in tiny, awful steps. Confusion, anger, recognition, shame that didn't belong to her but found her anyway. Caleb had stopped talking. The second man hadn't started. His name, eventually, was Owen Rusk, 39, male, an independent medical courier from Wheeling, West Virginia, with a suspended contract at 2 hospitals and a badge that had belonged to a radiology traveler who quit 3 months earlier. He had no business being in St. Bridget's at all. The badge still worked because no one had removed it from the access system. That fact landed harder on administration than the phrase "dead man" with a swallowed drive, at least at first. Hospitals fear scandal in layers. First safety, then liability, then headlines, then the thing that should have been first all along, which is how easily the wrong person walked through a door. I gave my statement twice before anyone looked at my arm. The first time was in the old pathology corridor, sitting on an overturned linen bin because standing made my vision narrow. The second was in occupational health after a nurse named Jenna Price, 36, female from McKees Rocks, put my arm in a sling and told me I had likely torn soft tissue around the elbow and shoulder. Likely, I asked. X-ray first, she said, then likely becomes expensive. I need to finish documentation. You need imaging. The log, she looked at me over the top of her glasses. The log will not lose circulation. I almost argued. Then I tried to flex my fingers and couldn't do it without seeing little white dots. So I shut up. Mara was in the next, getting her split knuckle irrigated. She refused pain medication and accepted a tetanus booster with the weary disgust of someone signing for a package she didn't order. Through the curtain, I heard the nurse tell her she needed stitches. Mara said, "Glue it. It's across the joint. Then stitch it fast." Are you always like this? Usually I'm worse. That got the nurse to laugh once, softly. Aaron ended up with bruising around his neck, a strained knee, and a scrape along his cheek from the office wall. Patel had 2 broken fingers in his right hand where Caleb struck him. Deborah had no obvious injury except a pulled muscle in her back that she denied until she tried to bend and went pale. By 6:30, the basement had turned into a place I barely recognized. Yellow evidence markers dotted the cooler room floor. Drawer 12 remained crooked and empty, its tray angled out like a broken jaw. Crime scene tape blocked the office from the hallway. Facilities had shut down the East Cooler Bank and transferred the other decedents, with extra witnesses, to auxiliary storage and the neighboring funeral home's temporary cold room under emergency agreement. Every transfer was logged, photographed, signed, and witnessed. I watched from a chair by the old pathology doors with my arm in a sling and an ice pack sweating against my elbow. I hated watching. I had spent years believing that if I did every step myself, no one could accuse me of missing the one detail that mattered. But that morning, other people lifted, documented, sealed, photographed, and carried, while I sat there with my useless arm and tried not to correct their pen strokes. Mara came to stand beside me after her stitches. 3 black sutures crossed her knuckle. Her hand was bandaged, but not hidden. "You look like you're chewing glass," she said. "I should be helping." "You did, I mean now. You are helping by not fainting into evidence." I breathed out through my nose. It almost became a laugh. Almost. Dr. Havel oversaw Leonard Bishop's examination after the warrant issue was settled. It took longer than television would have allowed. Nobody cut into him in the basement hallway. Nobody reached into a body bag and pulled out a secret like a magic trick. Police contacted the medical examiner's office. The ME investigator came. Paperwork changed hands. Dana was informed that her father's release would be delayed because his body had become part of a criminal investigation. She took that quietly. Too quietly. When Sergeant Kopik explained it, Dana looked down at the ring pouch in her lap and said, "Did Caleb hurt him?" Kopik chose her words carefully. "Tampering appears to have happened after your father died." Dana nodded. A tear dropped onto the plastic pouch. She wiped it off immediately, like the ring still needed protecting. Later, in a controlled examination room, imaging confirmed a foreign object in Leonard Bishop's gastrointestinal tract. It was small, rectangular, and dense enough to show clearly. The medical examiner authorized recovery. It was a USB drive sealed inside 2 layers of condom latex and wrapped in dental floss. That detail spread through the hospital faster than any official memo. By noon, everyone had heard a different version. Mr. Bishop had been a spy. Mr. Bishop had swallowed diamonds. Mr. Bishop had swallowed Bitcoin. Mr. Bishop had been murdered. Mr. Bishop had knocked from the drawer himself because people prefer impossible stories to ugly, simple ones. The truth was smaller and meaner. Leonard Bishop had run payroll and vendor accounts for a private elder care company that operated 3 facilities around western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio. According to what Kopik told us later, he had discovered enough fraud, falsified staffing records, and patient neglect documentation to ruin several people. He didn't trust the company's internal reporting system. He didn't trust his own relatives completely either, apparently. So when he realized his health was failing and someone had started pressuring him, he hid the drive in the one place he thought nobody would get to without official eyes: his own body. I don't know if that was brave or paranoid or both. Caleb knew part of it because Leonard had told his sister, and his sister had told her son, and family secrets leak through family faster than water through old ceilings. Caleb owed money. Owen Rusk had contacts in medical transport. Their plan was not elegant. Delay the release. Create a mechanical issue. Use the service chase and straps to keep the body from being moved before their fake pickup arrived. If staff panicked and closed the drawer, they would buy time. If staff opened it, they could pull from behind the wall and make it look like a malfunction. The visitor badge taped under the tray had been Caleb's idea of insurance or cruelty. He claimed he used it to make Dana blame the hospital, so she would cause enough commotion to distract us. He said that in his interview. Dana heard about it later. She did not visit him before charges were filed. There were many charges: burglary, assault, abuse of corpse, tampering with evidence, unauthorized access. The kind of list that sounds comprehensive until you realize no charge fully describes what it feels like to see your father used as a locked box. The hospital did what hospitals do after nearly failing in public. It formed committees, badge audits, camera audits, morgue access review, cooler maintenance review, chain of custody review, staff injury reports, visitor management review, temporary policy requiring 2 security officers for after-hours decedent release, temporary policy requiring facilities sign off for any cooler irregularity, temporary policy requiring temporary policies to be reviewed by people who had not been in the room. Drawer 12 was taken apart 3 days later. The rails were scratched where the straps had run. The rear service hatch had tool marks around the frame. The cavity behind the bank was narrower than I imagined, but large enough for an adult to crouch and reach the mechanisms with both hands. Facilities found strips of black nylon, a torn corner of Dana's visitor sticker backing, and one nitrile glove that wasn't our brand. That last detail bothered Mara. She asked about it twice. Kopik told her it had been bagged. Was it Caleb S? Mara asked. Lab will determine what it can. And if it is, Kopik looked tired. Then we keep working. That was all anyone could promise. I was off for 9 days. Not enough time to recover. Too much time to think. My apartment in Bloomfield became too quiet. I slept in bursts and woke to ordinary sounds misfiled as warnings. The radiator clicking, upstairs neighbors moving a chair, mail dropping through the slot downstairs. Once at 2:40 a.m., someone knocked on a pipe in the wall, and I was standing in my kitchen with a chef's knife before I knew I had left bed. I put the knife down. Then I sat on the floor until dawn made the window blinds visible. Mara texted once a day, never asking how I felt. Arm, shoulder, sleeping. I answered with the same level of honesty. Bad, worse, no. Aaron sent me a picture of his throat bruises with the caption, "Could be modeling work." Patel sent nothing, but Deborah told me his fingers were set and he was already complaining about paperwork, which meant he was himself. Dana sent a card to the morgue staff. I saw it when I came back. It sat on the desk beside the old beige phone, propped against the monitor where the camera feeds played again. The front had a watercolor of a lighthouse. Inside, in careful handwriting, she thanked us for not letting her father disappear twice. That sentence did more damage than the drawer. I kept the card in the top desk drawer for a week, then gave it to Mara because I couldn't look at it and work at the same time. My first night back, the morgue smelled different. Not better, different. Stronger disinfectant, fresh caulk near the east wall, metal shavings faint under bleach. Drawer 12 had been repaired, but remained empty, taped with an orange facilities tag that said out of service pending final clearance. The new camera above the cooler door had audio now. The rear loading bay reader had been replaced. The office door lock clicked with a heavier sound. Everything improved, everything worse. At 1:12 a.m., Mara made coffee in the scaled kettle. "You don't have to be here," she said. "I know. You can request days. I know. You can request transfer. I know." She poured the coffee into 2 paper cups and handed me one. "Then stop looking at the drawer like it owes you an apology." I took the cup with my left hand. My right was still weak, though the doctor said it would heal if I did the exercises, and stopped pretending pain was a moral test. "It kind of does," I said. Mara leaned against the desk. "It was a drawer. People did this." That was true. It was also not enough. At 3:17, the same time as the first knock, I was in the cooler room checking temperatures. I didn't mean to notice the time. I noticed anyway. The east wall hummed steadily. Drawers 1 through 11 and 13 through 24 held their ordinary, terrible inventory. Drawer 12 sat empty behind its orange tag. I stood in front of it longer than I should have. Mara called from the office. "Elliot, I'm fine." I didn't ask. The cooler motor clicked into a cycle. Metal ticked softly as it adjusted. One tap, small, explainable, from somewhere behind drawer 12. I didn't move. Then the audio-enabled camera above the door made a tiny speaker pop as the system adjusted, and I realized the tap had come from the loose orange tag shifting against the drawer handle in the airflow. Paper against metal. Nothing more. I walked over, pressed the tag flat, and taped down the loose corner. My hands shook a little. Mara pretended not to see. By morning, the hospital had returned to what it does best. Acting like continuity is the same as healing. Nurses changed shifts. Families got bad news and good news in rooms that smelled of sanitizer and coffee. The loading bay opened for a real funeral home pickup, and Aaron checked 3 IDs before letting the director inside. Leonard Bishop's daughter received his wedding ring after the medical examiner released it. His body was released 2 weeks later. The drive went into evidence. The elder care company made the news. There were resignations, then indictments, then the usual corporate statements about cooperating fully. I read one article and stopped. The words were too clean for what they described. Drawer 12 came back into service a month after the incident. I still check its rails twice. I still log more than I need to. Sometimes, when a body bag settles and a tag taps the steel, I feel my damaged arm tighten before my mind catches up. I don't tell new hires the story. unless they ask why drawer 12 has fresh hardware and older scratches beneath the tray. Then I tell them the practical version. Don't ignore a sound just because you want it to be normal. Don't trust a lock because a screen says secure. Don't let grief do your thinking for you, and don't let procedure become a hiding place from judgment. I do not tell them that once, 3 weeks after drawer 12 reopened, I found a strip of black nylon caught deep in the east wall floor drain. Facilities said it was probably leftover debris from the repair. They were probably right. I bagged it anyway. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, my new apartment has a rule. Never answer knocks from the ceiling is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away and don't leave early. The first knock came while I had both hands inside a cardboard box labeled kitchen/actual kitchen, trying to figure out why I owned 3 colanders and no forks. It was one sharp rap from above. Not a footstep, not a pipe tick, a knuckle sound, dry and patient. I looked up at the ceiling, at the rectangle of yellowing paint above the cheap pendant light, and a little curl of plaster dust drifted down onto the rim of a mug I had just unwrapped. I'm Caleb Mercer, 32, male, originally from Des Moines. Though I'd spent the last 7 years moving around the East Coast for jobs that looked better on LinkedIn than they felt in real life. I'd come to Philadelphia because the rent in New York had started to feel less like rent and more like a dare. And because a small educational software company near University City had offered me a project manager role with health insurance, a normal schedule, and the kind of salary that made a 1-bedroom apartment seem possible if you ignored student loans and learned to cook lentils. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of an old brick building in Queen Village, tucked between a nail salon with a flickering lavender sign and a corner deli that smelled like fryer oil, coffee, and wet cardboard. The listing had called it historic. The landlord called it solid. I called it affordable, which is the kind of word you use when you know better than to ask why. It had narrow rooms, radiators with peeling white paint, windows that stuck halfway up, and hardwood floors that sloped just enough to make a dropped pen roll toward the bathroom. The ceiling was low, patched in places, with seams that didn't quite line up. Above me was supposedly a storage crawlspace, not another apartment. That was one of the selling points. No upstairs neighbors, no stomping, no dragging furniture at midnight, no toddler learning to run in shoes. So when the knock came again, 2 taps this time, I stood there with a mug in one hand and a sheet of newspaper in the other, listening. The radiator hissed. A truck down on South Street hit a pothole hard enough to rattle my window. Somewhere in the wall, water moved through old pipes with a tired metallic shudder. Then, from the ceiling, 3 slow knocks. Not loud. That was the worst part. If it had been loud, I could have called it a pipe, a settling joist, a squirrel, anything with movement and momentum behind it. This was polite, like someone testing whether I was home. I set the mug down on the counter. "Okay," I said, because I talk to rooms when I'm alone. Old building doing old building stuff. That was the explanation. It had to be. Philadelphia row houses had been chopped, patched, renovated, rented, ignored, sold, and renovated again for generations. My building looked like it had opinions about Benjamin Franklin. A knock from the ceiling could be a loose duct, a trapped raccoon, a handyman upstairs, even though there wasn't supposed to be an upstairs. Anything normal. Still, I wiped the plaster dust off the mug and didn't put it in the cabinet. My phone buzzed on the counter, vibrating against a butter knife I hadn't washed yet. The screen lit up with my sister's name. Mara Mercer, 29, female, lived in Baltimore and worked as a pediatric nurse, which meant she had the calm, practical voice of someone who had seen both real emergencies and people panicking over nothing. She was the kind of person who asked whether I had eaten before asking how I felt, and she had helped me move that morning by carrying boxes heavier than mine while insisting she wasn't even sweating. I answered on speaker. "Are you alive?" Mara asked. "Mostly." "Did you find your sheets?" "No." "Did you eat?" "I found 3 colanders." "That's not food. It could become food adjacent." She made the little sigh she used when she wanted to call me an idiot, but had taken an oath to be kind to suffering people. In the background on her end, I heard traffic and the click of her turn signal. She was already on I-95 heading home. She had left maybe 20 minutes earlier, after refusing to let me pay her for gas. "I put the sheets in the blue duffel," she said. "The one you swore was full of winter clothes. The blue duffel is under 3 boxes labeled books. So move them. You're very demanding for someone who abandoned me. I assembled your bed frame. You watched me assemble my bed frame while saying that looks wrong 4 times. And I was right 2 of those times." From above me came another knock. This one was directly over the kitchen. Mara went quiet. What was that? I looked up. A faint line of dust had collected along one ceiling seam like gray flour. "Building noise," I said too quickly. "That didn't sound like building noise. You're on speaker. It probably amplified weird." "Caleb, what? Is someone upstairs?" "There is no upstairs." A pause. Her turn signal stopped clicking. "What do you mean there is no upstairs?" "I mean the top floor is mine. Above me is roof, maybe crawl space, maybe old storage. The landlord said no one has access except maintenance." "That's comforting. It's an old building." Pipes knock. Pipes knock once, maybe twice. That sounded like somebody asking to come in. I laughed, but it came out small. "Come in through the ceiling." "I don't like that you made it worse." I walked into the living room because standing under the sound felt ridiculous. The living room was still half boxes, half empty space. The previous tenant had left 2 plastic hooks stuck to the wall near the front door, and a faint rectangle where a picture had protected the paint from years of nicotine or sunlight. My couch sat crooked in the middle, one cushion missing because I had used it to prop open the door during the move. Mara said, "Put me on video." "No." "Why?" "Because you're going to make a face." "I'm already making a face." I switched to video. Her face filled the screen at a low angle from the dashboard mount. Brown hair pulled into a messy knot, blue scrubs under a gray hoodie, forehead creased. She looked tired. She also looked ready to turn the car around and lecture me in person. I angled the phone toward the ceiling. "It's stained," she said. "It's charming. It's stained. It has character. It has water damage. Lots of characters have water damage." She didn't laugh. "Did you read the lease packet?" That landed in my stomach in a way I didn't like. The lease packet. It was still on the kitchen counter beneath the internet router box, a stack of papers in a manila envelope that my landlord had handed me with the keys. I had skimmed the important parts before signing online. Rent, deposit, utilities, trash day, no smoking, no subletting, no large pets without approval. The printed packet had seemed like duplicate paperwork plus building rules. "I read enough," I said. "Caleb." I signed the lease. "I'm not preparing for the bar exam. Read the building rules." "In a second." Now, something in her voice irritated me because it was the voice she used when a kid at the hospital had swallowed a marble and the parent wanted to wait and see. I knew she cared. I also knew I had spent most of my life letting her care so thoroughly that I could stay conveniently useless. That was my flaw, if I'm being honest. Not laziness exactly, more like a trained reflex to make everything a joke until someone else took it seriously for me. Bills, doctor appointments, weird emails from HR, the scraping sound my old car made for 6 months before the brakes gave out. I always waited until a problem grew teeth. Then I acted surprised when it bit. "I'll read it," I said. Mara narrowed her eyes. "You're doing that thing." "What thing?" "The thing where your mouth says yes and your whole face says you're going to forget." "I won't forget." "You forgot renter's insurance." "I did not forget. I delayed emotionally." "You forgot." I walked back to the kitchen, lifted the router box, and pulled the envelope free. The paper smelled faintly like toner and old file cabinets. On the front, someone had written 3F Mercer in black marker. Above me, the ceiling gave a soft creak. Not a knock, a shift. Slow pressure through wood. Mara heard it. Her face changed. "Read," she said. I dumped the packet onto the counter. Lease copy. Utility instructions. Trash and recycling schedule. A page about radiator use. A page about pest prevention with a cartoon mouse wearing a red circle slash. Then a single sheet titled Building Quiet HOURS and Safety Notices. Most of it was normal. Quiet hours after 10. Don't leave bikes in the hall. Report leaks immediately. Keep the front door locked. Do not buzz in unknown persons. At the bottom, after a section about roof access being prohibited, there was one line in bold. 3F tenants. Do not respond to knocking from above the unit. Contact management, IF persistent. I read it twice. Mara said, "What?" I didn't answer. "Caleb, what does it say?" I held the page up to the phone, but my hand moved too fast and the camera blurred. "Stop waving it around." I laid it flat and pointed the camera down. She read silently. I watched her mouth flatten. "Okay," she said. "Nope. It says contact management. It says do not respond." How would I respond to ceiling knocking? I don't know, Caleb. That's the upsetting part. I tried to smile. Maybe previous tenant complained about raccoons. Then it would say report animal activity. Maybe kids on the roof. Then it would say don't yell at kids on the roof. Maybe it's legal language, like don't bang back because the plaster's fragile. Then it would say don't bang on the ceiling. She was right, which annoyed me because it made the room feel smaller. I looked around the kitchen. Half unpacked dishes, the cheap white cabinets, the gas stove with one crooked burner cap, the little window over the sink facing a brick wall close enough that I could see a rusted fire escape bolt embedded in mortar. Normal things, ugly, ordinary things. None of them belonged in the same room as a rule like that. Another sound came from above. This time not a knock, a faint scrape, like something being dragged an inch across rough wood. Mara whispered, "Leave." That made me laugh again, sharper now. I'm not leaving my apartment because of a weird lease note. You can stay at a hotel. With what money? Stay with me. You're 2 hours away. Then stay with someone there. I've lived in Philadelphia for 6 hours. My closest friend is the guy at the deli who called me boss when I bought tape. Call the landlord. I will. Now. I said I will. Caleb. I'm calling him. I hung up before she could keep using my name like a warning label. The apartment seemed louder without her voice. Not louder exactly. More available to sound. The refrigerator clicked on with a low buzz. A siren passed somewhere several blocks away, rising and falling between the brick buildings. Downstairs, a door closed and someone coughed in the hall. I found the landlord's number in my recent calls. Daniel Voss, 46, male, was the property manager and part owner of the building. A broad-shouldered man from South Jersey with silver at his temples and a habit of saying super easy about things that were neither. He had met me that morning wearing a fleece vest over a button-down and had carried one small lamp upstairs before announcing that he had a back thing. He seemed friendly in the way landlords are friendly when the check clears. He answered on the fourth ring. Caleb, hey. Getting settled? Yeah, mostly. Quick question. Sure. I looked at the ceiling. There's a note in the building rules about 3F not responding to knocking from above. Silence. Not long. Maybe 2 seconds. But Daniel was the kind of man who filled air. He had filled the whole walkthrough with chatter about trash pickup and neighborhood restaurants, and how the radiators really crank in January. His silence felt like a dropped tool. Right, he said finally. That old note. Old note. Yeah, that's been in the packet forever. Why? Previous tenant was a little sensitive to roof noise. There's roof noise. City building, you know. Wind gets under flashing, pipes expand, birds, squirrels, people hear things. Someone knocked a few minutes ago. From above, I waited for him to laugh. He didn't. That's what it sounded like, I said. Well, don't worry about it tonight. That's not really an answer. I'm not brushing you off, he said, immediately brushing me off. Look, old houses carry sound strangely. Could be from next door traveling through the joists. Could be HVAC. Could be roof settling. You're on the top floor, so it feels close. Why would the rule say not to respond? Because if tenants bang back or yell, they can crack plaster, disturb neighbors, escalate complaints. We had an issue. What kind of issue? A tenant issue. The radiator hissed behind me like it had something caught in its throat. Daniel, I said, trying to keep my voice light. That line is weird as hell. He exhaled through his nose. Fair. It reads weird. I should probably update it. You should. I'll have maintenance check the roof hatch tomorrow. Tomorrow? It's Sunday evening. Of course it was. Moving day had eaten the calendar. Outside, the sky had gone that bruised late autumn blue where the day isn't over, but the streetlights have already given up and turned on. My kitchen window reflected the room back at me. One tired man, one phone, one ceiling. What if it keeps happening tonight? I asked. If it's persistent, text me. Don't go on the roof. Don't mess with the access panel. What access panel? Another pause. You haven't seen it. No. In the bedroom closet. Ceiling hatch. It's painted shut, or it should be. Maintenance access only. I turned slowly toward the short hallway leading to the bedroom. The bedroom door was open. Beyond it, past stacked boxes and the bare mattress Mara had helped me wrestle onto the frame, the closet door stood ajar. I hadn't looked inside except to shove 2 suitcases onto the floor. Just leave it alone, Daniel said. Seriously. Those old hatches are messy, and you don't want insulation raining down your first night. That's the reason. That's the reason. He sounded rehearsed now. Not scared. Not exactly. But careful. Okay, I said. Text me if it happens after midnight. I'll send Reggie in the morning. Who's Reggie? Maintenance guy. Good man. Knows the building. From above, directly over the hallway, came 4 knocks. Not loud, not frantic, 4 even taps, spaced like someone counting. Daniel stopped talking. I held the phone tighter. Did you hear that? For a moment, all I could hear was his breathing. Then he said, don't answer it. The words were quiet, flat. Not legal language, not landlord language. A sound came from the bedroom closet. A tiny flake of paint hitting the floor. I stared down the hall. The closet door, which I could have sworn had been open only a few inches, now showed a dark wedge wide enough to see the hanging rod inside. Daniel, I said, and my voice didn't sound like mine. Are you near the hatch? No. Good. Stay away from it. What is this? Probably nothing. That's not what you just said. He cleared his throat. Listen to me. Lock your apartment door. Keep your phone charged. If you hear anything from the ceiling, you do not knock back. You do not call up. You do not open the hatch. Text me every time it happens. I'll document it. Document it for what? Caleb. There it was again. My name turned into a handle someone could grab. A car horn blared outside. Someone laughed on the sidewalk below, bright and drunk and normal. The smell of the deli fryer drifted up through the cracked kitchen window, greasy and comforting, absurdly out of place. I wanted to be down there buying a sandwich. I wanted to be anywhere ordinary. Instead, I stood barefoot in my new kitchen while my landlord breathed into my ear, and something above my ceiling waited with the patience of a person who knew the rules better than I did. Then came another knock. This one from the bedroom closet. Not above it, inside it. I didn't move. Daniel said, "What was that?" The apartment gave a soft, wooden groan. I thought of Mara on I-95, already too far away. I thought of the blue duffel under the book boxes, the sheets I hadn't found, the bed I might not sleep in. I thought of my own stupid habit of waiting for problems to prove themselves before I treated them as real. The closet door opened another inch. Maybe the floor was sloped. Maybe air pressure from the hallway shifted it. Maybe I hadn't closed it right. Maybe. Daniel said, "Caleb, listen. Go downstairs. Right now." But the phone was warm in my hand, and the lease packet lay open on the counter, and the ceiling above me gave one final, gentle tap, like a request. I had two choices then, though I didn't admit it that cleanly to myself at the time. I could leave the apartment, go stand under the deli awning with my phone and my keys, and call my sister back like a man finally willing to be embarrassed. Or I could walk down the hall, open the bedroom closet, and see whether the access panel was really painted shut. I looked at the dark slit of the closet. Then I looked at the front door. For once, nobody else was there to decide which problem mattered. And above me, patient as ever, something knocked again. I chose the front door. That sounds cleaner than it felt. In reality, I stood there for another 10 seconds, maybe 15, looking back and forth between the hallway and the apartment door like an idiot in a fire drill who knows where the exit is, but still wants to save his laptop. My keys were on the kitchen counter beside the lease packet. My wallet was in the living room under a collapsed box flap. My shoes were by the couch. Every small thing suddenly became a step. Every step became a negotiation. The closet door in the bedroom shifted again, just an inch. The hinges gave a dry little squeak that made the muscles in my shoulders pull tight. "Caleb," Daniel said through the phone, "tell me you're moving." "I'm moving." I grabbed the keys first, then the phone charger, because apparently even terror could not cure me of practical stupidity. I stepped into the living room, found one sneaker, then the other under a pile of packing paper. I didn't sit to put them on. I shoved my feet in, crushed the backs down, and limped toward the door. Above me, no knock, no scrape. That was worse. When sound stops because a thing is gone, the room relaxes. When sound stops because a thing is listening, the room changes shape around you. I reached for the deadbolt. Then the apartment lights went out, not all at once with a dramatic bang. They dimmed first, the pendant over the kitchen shrinking to a dull orange bead, the living room lamp flickering twice before giving up. The refrigerator clicked off. The router lights died. The little city glow from the windows remained, but the apartment itself went flat and gray, all the boxes becoming darker versions of themselves. "Seriously," I said. "What happened?" Daniel asked. "Power's out. In the whole unit." "I don't know. I haven't conducted a survey." "Caleb, I'm at the door. Open it and go downstairs." I turned the deadbolt. It moved halfway and stopped. I tried again. The lock stuck. Old buildings, I told myself. Old doors, swollen wood, bad paint. Normal. I pulled the door toward me to release pressure and turned the bolt again. It shifted another fraction, then jammed with a hard metal click that traveled through my wrist. "Come on," I muttered. Daniel heard it. "What's wrong?" "Deadbolt stuck." "Lift the door while you turn it. It sags." "I am lifting." "You have to really lift." "I'm trying." I wedged my shoulder under the door edge, one hand on the knob, one on the deadbolt, and heaved upward. The door groaned in the frame. Something scraped against the floor. The bolt slid back suddenly enough that I nearly hit myself in the mouth with my own hand. I yanked the door open. The hallway outside was dark too. Not fully. A red emergency light glowed above the stairwell door, staining the peeling cream walls and the old runner carpet. The air smelled different out there, cooler, with a damp brick smell and something electrical underneath it, like hot dust in a toaster. A smoke alarm chirped once somewhere below. I stepped into the hall and pulled the apartment door shut behind me. The moment it latched, something knocked from inside my apartment ceiling. 3 taps, muffled now by the closed door. I froze. Daniel said nothing. "Still want me to text you every time?" I asked, because fear makes me sarcastic when I should be breathing. "Go downstairs," he said. Now, I took 2 steps toward the stairs. Then a voice came from below. "Hello?" I stopped at the top landing. A woman's voice. Older, frustrated, not frightened. "Who's up there?" I leaned over the railing. The stairwell was a narrow shaft with wooden steps worn smooth in the middle. The red emergency light made everything look like an old photograph dipped in blood. On the 2nd floor landing stood a woman in a quilted housecoat, one hand wrapped around the railing, the other holding a flashlight pointed at the floor. This was Evelyn Hart, 68, female, a retired public school librarian from Philadelphia who lived in 2F, directly below me. She had introduced herself that afternoon while Mara and I were carrying up boxes, and she had given me a paper plate with 2 homemade oatmeal cookies wrapped in foil. Her hair was silver and pinned back so neatly it seemed engineered. She had the voice of someone who believed rules existed because people without manners had forced them into being. "You the new young man?" she called up. "Yeah," I said. "Caleb, what did you do?" "Me. My lights went out. So did mine. And my microwave died with soup in it." She aimed the flashlight upward, catching my face. "Did you plug in one of those heaters?" People do that. They plug in illegal heaters and trip the whole line. I didn't plug in anything except a router. A router doesn't smell like burning. That stopped me. "You smell that too," she raised her chin. "I am not imagining smells yet, Mr. Mercer." Behind me, inside my apartment, came another knock. Evelyn's flashlight beam jumped. She looked at my door. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she said, very carefully, "Did you knock?" "No." "Are you alone?" "Yes." Her face changed, not dramatically. She didn't gasp or clutch at anything. Her mouth simply tightened around knowledge she didn't want to share. On the phone, Daniel said, "Who's there?" "My downstairs neighbor." Evelyn heard his voice and frowned. "Is that Mr. Voss?" I put the phone on speaker before I could decide whether that was smart. Daniel said, "Mrs. Hart, please go downstairs and exit the building." "Oh, now you answer promptly." "This isn't the time." "No, apparently Sunday evening during a power failure is never the time." "Mrs. Hart, do not Mrs. Hart me, Daniel. I called you 3 weeks ago about the breaker box smelling hot." I stared down at her. "You did?" She looked up at me again. "Yes, and he sent that poor Reggie with a screwdriver and a roll of electrical tape." Daniel said, "The electrician said the panel was safe. The electrician said it was old. Those are not the same thing. They are in Philadelphia." Another sound came from somewhere below us. A sharp plastic pop, followed by a faint buzz that rose and died. The smell of hot dust thickened. Daniel's voice lost its landlord polish. "Both of you get out." "I'm working on it," Evelyn said. "My cat is under the bed." Of course, a concrete problem. A small, living, stubborn problem with a deadline and claws. "What cat?" I asked, though that was not useful. Mr. Biscuit, Evelyn said, as if I should already know him. He hides when alarms chirp. Daniel said, leave the cat. Evelyn's flashlight snapped toward the phone in my hand. Absolutely not. There may be an electrical fire. There may be, or there is. We don't know. Then I am not abandoning my cat based on your talent for maybe. The smoke alarm chirped again. Closer this time. Then another joined it below, a thin, repeating beep that echoed up the stairs. My private flaw should have made me leave. That was the awful, honest part. I could feel the old instinct rising in me. Let the grown-ups handle it. Let Daniel call someone. Let Evelyn be stubborn by herself. Let the fire department solve whatever needed solving. But Evelyn looked small on the landing in that red light, one hand on the banister, jaw set hard enough to crack a tooth. Mara's voice was still in my head, not as a scold now, but as a memory of her lifting the heavy end of my bookcase without complaint. Problems grow teeth. Sometimes other people are standing closer to the bite. I'll help get him, I said. Daniel immediately said, no. Evelyn said, he doesn't like men. Great, I said. Neither does my self-esteem. Caleb, Daniel said, do not go deeper into the building. I'm already in the building. Go outside and call 911. You call 911. I am calling. Then we're multitasking. Daniel swore under his breath. It was the first human thing he'd done all night. I started down the stairs, keeping one hand on the railing because the emergency light made depth hard to judge. The old wood flexed under my feet. Somewhere behind the walls, something ticked rapidly, metallic and nervous. When I reached Evelyn's landing, she stepped back to let me pass, but didn't lower the flashlight. Your sister know you're like this? She asked. Like what? Helpful at the wrong time. She has notes. Flynn's apartment smelled like lavender cleaner, old books, and now, underneath both, scorched plastic. The layout mirrored mine, except her rooms were full in a way mine wasn't yet. Framed prints on the walls, a bowl of hard candies near the door, a small table covered with mail sorted into perfect stacks. The darkness made everything feel too intimate, like I had wandered into someone else's memory. The smoke alarm in her hallway chirped above us. Not full alarm, just intermittent warning. That made it worse because it allowed argument. A screaming alarm gives you orders. A chirping one makes you negotiate with danger. Where's the breaker panel? I asked. Basement, Evelyn said. Behind the laundry. You have access. Tenants aren't supposed to. Of course. She moved toward the bedroom. Mr. Biscuit. Her voice changed when she called him, softened around the edges. There was a thump from above. Both of us stopped, not from her ceiling, from mine. The sound traveled through the building structure, a dull weight shifting overhead. Evelyn looked at me. That happens, I asked. She didn't answer quickly enough. Mrs. Hart. Sometimes, she said. Sometimes what? She turned away. Help me move the bed skirt. Her bedroom was warmer than the hall. The window was cracked, and traffic noise slipped in from the street. Tires on damp asphalt, a bus sighing at a stop, voices passing below. Her bed sat high on a wooden frame, covered in a blue quilt. Under it was a black rectangle of shadow. Mr. Biscuit, Evelyn coaxed. Sweetheart, come out now. A low growl came from under the bed. Not a cat growl, or not only that, It was small, yes, animal, but there was a second vibration underneath it, coming through the floorboards. A machine hum. Maybe the refrigerator restarting. Except the power was out. My phone buzzed Mara. I declined it. Instantly, she called again. Evelyn glanced at me. You should answer. I know. I answered on speaker because I needed both hands. Where are you? Mara demanded. Downstairs. You left, sort of. What does sort of mean? I'm helping my neighbor get her cat. There was a silence so sharp it felt physical. Then Mara said, during the ceiling knock situation. Also maybe electrical situation. Caleb. Evelyn reached under the bed with one hand. Tell your sister I am not leaving without my cat. Mara said, who is that? Evelyn, downstairs neighbor. Evelyn, no offense, leave the cat. Evelyn withdrew her hand quickly as a hiss snapped from under the bed. Offense taken, she said. The smoke alarm in the hallway chirped again, then stuttered into a weak, continuous squeal before cutting out. My phone battery showed 12%. That number did something unpleasant inside my chest. Daniel beeped in on call waiting. I switched. Fire department is being dispatched, he said. ETA unknown. There are multiple calls in the area because of an outage. What outage? PECO outage map shows a small pocket. So not just the building. That doesn't explain the smell. No, are you outside? I looked at Evelyn lying half on the floor, one slipper off, reaching under the bed with a broom handle. Almost. Daniel made a sound like he might throw the phone. Where are you? 2FY, cat. God damn it. From above, there was another sound. A scrape, then a muffled knock. Evelyn froze with the broom handle under the bed. Daniel said, was that from 3F? I think so. Evelyn whispered, it follows when someone answers. I turned to her. The words had come out before she seemed to approve them. Her face closed immediately. What does that mean? I asked. Nothing. No. What does that mean? She pulled the broom handle back. Dust and a gray cat shot out from under the bed like a thrown rag. Mr. Biscuit, 12 years old by Evelyn's later admission, and male with one torn ear, bolted between my feet and into the hallway. Evelyn lunged after him and slipped. Her knee hit the floor hard. She made a sound that was all air and pain. I grabbed her under the arm before she fell flat, but she was heavier than she looked, and I was positioned badly. Pain flared in my shoulder. My phone slipped out of my hand and hit the floor. The screen cracked across Daniel's name. Caleb. Daniel shouted faintly from the speaker. Evelyn squeezed my forearm hard enough to hurt. My knee, you okay? No, I am not okay. That is why I said my knee. The cat vanished into the living room. Smoke smell thickened. Not smoke exactly, heat. Plastic. Old wiring cooking inside plaster. I helped Evelyn sit against the bed. She was breathing through her nose, fast but controlled. Her right knee had already begun to swell under the hem of her housecoat. Can you walk? I asked. I can complain, which is adjacent. Can you walk? She looked toward the hallway where Mr. Biscuit had gone. Find him first. No, that surprised both of us. Her eyes snapped to mine. I heard myself continue before I could soften it. No, we get you out first. My cat, you're hurt. The building smells like it's burning, and the fire department is coming. I'm not dragging you, and a cat if the stairs fill with smoke. Evelyn's face worked with anger and fear. but she didn't argue for 3 whole seconds. That was how I knew she was really hurt. My phone crackled on the floor. Daniel's voice came through, distorted. "Do not use the rear stairs." I picked it up. "What? Do not use the rear stairs?" I didn't know there were rear stairs. Kitchen service stairs. Back of each unit. They're narrow, and the bottom door sticks. Why would I use stairs I didn't know existed? Because the front vestibule door may be locked from the inside if the power fails. I stared at the phone. What? It's an electric strike. It should fail open. I'm telling you this now so you don't panic if from downstairs came a heavy metallic bang. Then a man's voice shouted, "Hey, door won't open." Another bang, the front door. Someone was trapped at the entry or trying to get out. Evelyn closed her eyes. "That lock," Daniel said. "Who was that?" "I don't know," I said. In the hallway, Mr. Biscuit yowled once. Then something knocked from above us again. Not from my apartment this time, from Evelyn's ceiling, 3 taps directly over the bedroom. Evelyn grabbed my wrist. "Do not answer." "I'm not answering." The knock came again. Then another. Then the ceiling over Evelyn's bed released a fine sprinkle of dust onto her quilt. My phone screen dimmed to 10%. From below, the man shouted again, pounding against the building's front door. The smoke smell grew sharper, and somewhere inside the wall near Evelyn's dresser, a faint sizzling began. We had a hurt woman, a loose cat, a possibly jammed front exit, old wiring heating in the walls, and a sound above us that everyone in the building seemed to have rules for, but nobody wanted to explain. Evelyn looked at the bedroom doorway. "The back stairs," she said. "Daniel said not to use them. Daniel says many things after they matter." The ceiling knocked once more. This time, the sound was followed by a slow dragging scrape toward the closet wall. Evelyn's face went gray in the emergency glow from the hallway. "What's above this room?" I asked. She didn't answer. The banging below stopped. For 2 seconds, there was only the tiny hiss inside the wall. Then the building fire alarm finally woke up. Not a chirp, a full, piercing shriek that turned the apartment into panic. Mr. Biscuit screamed from the living room. Evelyn tried to stand and nearly collapsed. I got under her arm. My cracked phone buzzed once in my palm. A text from Daniel appeared through the spider-webbed glass. "Do not open any hatch. Use front SDAIRS only. Wait for FD if blocked." At the same moment, smoke began sliding out from the baseboard near Evelyn's bedroom outlet in a thin gray ribbon. We could wait for firefighters and hope the front door opened. Or we could take Evelyn's back stairs, the ones Daniel had just warned me away from, and risk whatever waited in a part of the building I hadn't even known existed. The alarm screamed. The ceiling knocked again, and Evelyn, shaking against my shoulder, whispered, "Back kitchen door." Now, the back kitchen door was not a real door. That was my first useful discovery, and like most useful discoveries that night, it made everything worse. Evelyn's kitchen sat behind the bedroom, past a narrow hallway lined with framed photos of schoolchildren holding paper snowflakes, and one crooked print of the Free Library on Logan Square. The fire alarm screamed overhead in pulses so sharp they seemed to scrape the inside of my teeth. Evelyn leaned on me with most of her weight, her right foot barely touching the floor, and every few steps she made a breathless little sound she tried to swallow. "Almost there," she said. I didn't know whether she meant that for me or herself. Smoke slid behind us from the bedroom baseboard, thin and gray at first, then darker at the edges. It wasn't filling the apartment yet, not like in movies. It didn't roll across the ceiling in a dramatic black wave. It crept. It found seams. It drifted low along the wall where the old paint bubbled around the outlet, and the smell changed from hot plastic to something sharper, chemical and sour. "Where's your extinguisher?" I shouted. "Under the sink. Can you stand?" "No," that answered our first plan before we made it. I got her into one of the kitchen chairs, a little wooden thing with a cane seat that complained under the sudden weight. Evelyn gripped the table with both hands. Her face shone with sweat in the emergency light from the hallway, and her knee had swollen into a hard, ugly lump under the fabric. "Stay there," I said. "Don't speak to me like a dog. Stay there, please. Better." The kitchen was small, a rectangle with old green cabinets, a gas stove, a sink facing the back alley, and at the far end, half hidden behind a freestanding pantry shelf, a narrow vertical panel painted the same color as the wall. There was a brass knob on it, tarnished almost black. "That's the service stair?" I asked. "Yes. It looks like a broom closet. It used to be for deliveries. Coal, ice, trash, whatever people had before everyone forgot stairs existed." I pulled the pantry shelf sideways. Cans rattled. A jar of instant coffee fell and rolled across the floor, bumping my sneaker. Behind the panel, old paint had sealed the edges in thick ridges. Someone had opened it before, though. The paint was cracked around the knob, recent cracks. The exposed line underneath was pale. I grabbed the knob and pulled. Nothing. I twisted. Nothing. "Deadbolt?" I asked. "Hook latch at the top." "Why?" "Because raccoons got in once." "You're telling me raccoons can operate service doors?" "Raccoons can do whatever they want. They have hands and no shame." I reached up and found the latch by touch. It was stiff, but it lifted. The door opened inward with a long, sticky tier of old paint. Cold air pushed into the kitchen. Beyond the door was a steep wooden stairwell, no wider than my shoulders, dropping into darkness. A metal handrail ran along the right side. The steps turned sharply at a landing below. I could smell damp brick, dust, and the stale odor of trash bins somewhere far beneath us. A weak red emergency bulb glowed one floor down, but below that the stairwell disappeared. From inside the shaft came a knock, not above us, below. One tap against wood. Evelyn's hand clamped around the edge of the table. "Close it." I didn't close it. I should have. I know that. Instead, I stood with one hand on the door and listened. Another tap came from below, followed by a small scraping sound. A shape moved on the landing. My brain made it into a person before my eyes could argue. A crouched person on the stairs, head tilted up, one hand dragging along the wall. I saw a pale oval, a shoulder, fingers. I stumbled back so hard I hit the counter. Evelyn whispered, "What?" The shape lurched. Then it meowed. Mr. Biscuit came up the stairs from the landing below with his tail huge and his fur bristling. dragging a strip of loose masking tape stuck to one back paw. Each step made the tape slap against the wood. Tap, scrape, tap. My whole body went weak with embarrassment and relief, so sudden it almost turned into nausea. "It's your cat," I said. Evelyn looked past me and saw him. "Oh, you miserable little prince." Mr. Biscuit stepped into the kitchen, shook his taped paw furiously, and shot under the table. The terrifying crouched figure became exactly what it was: an old gray cat, a piece of tape, a bad light, and a mind ready to invent monsters because the building had taught it how. I peeled the tape off him while he punished me with a claw across the back of my hand. Blood welled in 3 neat lines. "Sorry," Evelyn said. "He's not." "No, he is not." That was our first attempt. Use the back stairs. Gather the cat, get down. Partial success. We found the route and found Mr. Biscuit. Then the service stair door below us slammed. Not from wind, from someone closing it hard. The sound boomed up the shaft and bounced around the kitchen. Mr. Biscuit vanished under the chair again. Evelyn's face tightened. There's a door at the bottom into the alley. Could it close by itself? In this building, anything that shouldn't move moves when it likes. I stepped into the stairwell and pointed my phone flashlight down. The cracked glass split the beam into jagged pieces, showed peeling paint, narrow steps, and dust disturbed in the center treads. Fresh marks, not cat marks, shoe marks. One set going down, maybe more. My battery blinked at 8%. From the phone speaker, Daniel's voice had cut out. No call, no service. 1 bar, then none. "Daniel," I said anyway. "Nothing." The alarm shrieked overhead. "We can't carry you down those stairs if the bottom door is jammed," I said. "Then we try the front. You can walk. With help. Front stairs are wider." "We go now," she nodded, but I saw what it cost her. Her lips had gone pale. The pain had turned her careful librarian dignity into a thin mask, and the person underneath was terrified of being helpless. I recognized that fear because mine was its lazy cousin, the fear of being responsible when the room finally needed someone. I scooped Mr. Biscuit into a laundry basket from beside the pantry. Evelyn protested the lack of a blanket. Mr. Biscuit protested reality. I put a cutting board over the basket and held it down with my forearm while the cat thumped around inside like a possessed appliance. We made it out of the kitchen, through the hall, past the bedroom where smoke was now breathing steadily from the baseboard. The outlet sparked once. A tiny blue flash. Evelyn flinched so hard she almost fell. "Don't look," I said. "I live here. I know. That is my quilt. I know. That is my mother's dresser. We're leaving." Her anger came back then, useful and hot. "I understand we are leaving, Caleb. I am giving myself permission to hate it." We reached her front door. I opened it onto the 2nd floor landing. The stairwell had changed. Smoke was rising from below now, not thick yet, but visible in the red glow. It curled around the railing and flattened against the ceiling of the lower landing. The front door banging had stopped. Somewhere beneath us, a man coughed, then shouted something I couldn't make out over the alarm. "Hello," I yelled down. A voice answered from the 1st floor. "Door stuck." A man appeared at the bottom of the stairs, looking up through the smoke with one sleeve over his mouth. This was Tony Alvarez, 38, male, a delivery driver from South Philadelphia who had been dropping off a grocery order to 1R when the outage hit. I had seen him once earlier that evening on the sidewalk, carrying insulated bags and wearing a Phillies cap backward. Now his cap was gone, his eyes were watering, and one hand gripped the stair railing while the other held his phone with the flashlight on. "You got people up there," he shouted. "2 and a cat," I called back. "Front door won't open. Keypad's dead and the latch is stuck. Lady on first floor's trying to find a screwdriver." Evelyn muttered, "Electric strike." I told them. That was our second attempt forming. Front stairs to vestibule, force the main door, get everyone out. Failed before we reached the first landing. We started down slowly, Evelyn's arm across my shoulders, her injured leg dragging step by step. The laundry basket with Mr. Biscuit bumped against my thigh. Each step took too much time. The smoke stung my eyes. My throat tightened. The alarm kept cutting the world into red-lit fragments. Step, breath, pain, cat claws against plastic, Evelyn's hand digging into my shoulder. Halfway between the second and first floors, something struck the wall beside us. A hard knock from inside the plaster. Evelyn stopped so suddenly, I nearly dropped her. "Don't," she said. "I didn't do anything." Below us, Tony yelled, "Who's banging?" "Nobody," I shouted. The wall knocked again. This time lower, then lower still, like something moving down inside the wall cavity beside the stairs. Tony backed away from the bottom steps. "What the hell is that?" The answer came in the form of a metallic rattle above us. Pipes shaking in the wall, the old radiator system reacting to pressure changes when the power died and circulation stopped. At least that was the answer I forced into my head. Metal pipes expanded, contracted, knocked. People called it water hammer for a reason, but the pattern was wrong. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps. Evelyn's face twisted. "Keep moving. Can you? Do I have an option?" We made it to the first floor landing. Tony grabbed my elbow and helped take some of Evelyn's weight. He smelled like rain, sweat, and smoke. Up close, he had a small cut near his eyebrow and ash on his jacket. "You bleeding?" I asked. Door kicked back at me. How does a door kick back? You want to ask it. The first floor hallway ran straight to the vestibule and front door. To the right were apartment 1F and a narrow mail shelf. To the left, a short corridor led toward the rear units and basement stairs. The front vestibule was visible through a glass inner door. Black and white tile floor, mailboxes, and beyond that the outer door to the street with its wired latch box mounted beside the frame. Outside, through the glass, I could see the deli sign glowing across the street. Freedom, stupidly close. A woman knelt by the latch with a screwdriver and a phone flashlight clenched between her teeth. This was Lenora Pike, 51, female, an art teacher from Lancaster who had rented 1F for 6 years, and spoke with the clipped impatience of someone used to handling both children and landlords. She had short blonde hair, paint on one sleeve of her cardigan, and soot smudged across her chin. She pulled the screwdriver from the latch plate. "It's not releasing." Tony said, "Kick it again." "You kick it. Your ankle's already mad." Set Mr. Biscuit's basket down and helped Tony lower Evelyn onto the bottom stair. Lenora looked at us. Is that Mrs. Hart? No, it's the Queen of England, Evelyn snapped. Lenora nodded once. Good, you're conscious. Smoke drifted thicker along the ceiling now, coming from the left corridor near the basement stairs. The source was below and behind us, not at the front door. That mattered. Geography mattered. Fire or electrical smoke in the basement meant the front hallway might become a chimney. The back service stairs might also connect to the same basement. The upper apartments were above us. My apartment was above Evelyn S. The knocking had moved down. I hated that I was mapping it so clearly. My phone buzzed once. A text from Mara, delayed or fighting through bad signal. Answer ME. Are you outside? I typed with one thumb, power out, helping neighbor, fire alarm. I'm okay. The message hung unsent. 7%. Lenora jammed the screwdriver back into the latch. Installed an electric lock that traps people during an outage, Evelyn said. An idiot with a permit. Tony coughed. Can we break the glass? Tempered, Lenora said, and the outer doors still latched. Window, front windows have bars. Back windows drop to the alley, but there's a gate. A gate opens. Gate padlock doesn't. Of course it doesn't. That was when the knocking came from above the vestibule. Everyone heard it. Even Mr. Biscuit went still. 3 polite taps over the mailboxes. Lenora slowly lowered the screwdriver. What, Tony said, is that? Nobody answered. Then, from my cracked phone, Daniel's voice suddenly erupted on speaker, broken and distorted by bad signal. Do not rear stairs, listen, he may still, the call died. I said. Evelyn stared at the phone. Lenora's face changed too, and that was how I knew this was not only Evelyn's secret. What does he mean, Tony demanded. Smoke thickened. The alarm screamed. No one answered him. Lenora went back to the door with frantic force, screwdriver scraping metal. Tell me, I said to Evelyn. She looked up at me, eyes wet from smoke and pain. Not here. Here is where we are, then not now. Mrs. Hart, if there is someone in this building. A heavy thud came from the left corridor, the basement door. It opened inward at the end of the hall, just beyond 1R, a plain gray fire door I hadn't noticed before. Now it sat ajar by 6 inches. Smoke curled around its edge. A hand appeared through the gap. Tony cursed. The hand slapped the floor once, then curled around the threshold. For one long second, my brain threw away every realistic explanation I had been using to survive. It gave me an impossible thing instead. Someone crawling up from the basement's smoke. Someone burned. Someone who had been knocking inside the walls. Then the basement door shoved open, and a firefighter in a black turnout coat came low through the smoke, mask hanging around his neck, one glove dragging along the floor because he had dropped it. Anybody here? He barked. The relief hit so hard I almost laughed. Firefighter Aaron Mills, 42, male, from Philadelphia Fire Department, Engine 11, had forced entry through the rear alley gate and basement access with his crew after finding the front door jammed from the outside. He was broad, soot-streaked, breathing hard, and very much alive. The terrifying hand had been a man crawling low under smoke, because that is what trained people do when the air above them goes bad. 4 tenants, Lenora shouted. 1 injured. 1 delivery driver, cat. Mills took that in with professional disappointment. Of course there's a cat. Tony pointed at the front door. Can you open that? Not fast enough from this side. Fire's electrical in the basement panel. Small right now, but you've got smoke extension in the walls. We're taking you out the rear. Daniel's warning flashed in my head. Do not use the rear stairs. Lenora said, rear service stairs. Alley exit, Mills said. Move. Evelyn grabbed my wrist again. No, Mills looked at her. Ma'am, I'm not debating route selection during an active fire alarm. There's another problem. What problem? Above us, over the vestibule, came 3 knocks. Mills looked up. Another firefighter shouted from the basement corridor. Aaron, panels arcing. We need them out now. Mills made his decision. Everyone rear, now. That should have settled it. A professional had arrived. The plan was official. The back route was no longer a scary mystery, but an evacuation path. Then a crash came from upstairs. Not a knock, a real collapse. Plaster, wood, something heavy hitting floorboards from the 2nd floor. Evelyn's apartment, the ceiling above her bedroom, or the hatch above mine, or some space between. I couldn't tell. Dust poured down the stairwell from above, turning the red emergency light hazy. Mills shouted, move. Tony grabbed the laundry basket. Lenora took Evelyn's other side. I lifted under Evelyn's arm again, and together we hauled her into the left corridor toward the rear. The building seemed to narrow around us. Past 1F, past the basement door, where smoke rolled out in thicker gray waves. Past old mail piled on a shelf. The rear corridor ended at a small kitchen service exit marked by a peeling sign. Deliveries, no tenant storage. Mills opened it and led us into the same narrow service stair system I had seen from Evelyn's kitchen, only lower, darker, and hotter. We descended 1 flight toward the alley. Halfway down, the door above us slammed. Then another. Then another. The service doors on each floor were closing, one after the other, like someone moving down behind us and shutting off the way back. Tony looked up. Tell me that's air pressure, Mills said. Keep moving. At the bottom landing, the alley door stood open to cold air and flashing red light. For 1 second, I saw the exit. Wet pavement, a firefighter outside, the deli sign beyond the alley mouth. Real street, real city. Then the old wooden stair above us gave a splitting crack. The section between the 1st and 2nd floors dropped 6 inches with a violent jolt, boards tearing loose from the wall. Lenora screamed. Mills shoved us forward. I stumbled through the alley door with Evelyn's weight dragging me sideways. Tony fell against the frame, Mr. Biscuit's basket banging hard enough to make the cat howl. Behind us, part of the stairwell collapsed completely. A dirty wooden avalanche sealing the route we had just used. The way back was gone. Then the alley door slammed shut behind Mills, knocked by the falling debris or pulled by the broken closer, and its warped frame jammed tight. We were outside, but not free. Because the rear alley was a brick-walled chute with a locked iron gate at the far end, smoke pushing out behind us, 1 firefighter trapped on our side with us, and the main building entrance still jammed around the corner. Mills tried the alley gate once. It held. He looked at the padlock, then back at the smoke leaking from the door we could no longer open. No retreat, he said quietly. And from somewhere above, behind the brick wall of the building, came 3 patient knocks. The alley was 12 feet wide at most, brick on both sides, slick with old rain and kitchen grease, and whatever leaked from dumpsters after dark. The gate at the far end looked close enough to touch, but when firefighter Mills hit it with his shoulder, the whole iron frame rattled and held. Beyond it, the street was right there. Red lights flashed against the deli windows. People shouted. A siren whooped once, cut off, then started again. I could see a man on the sidewalk holding up his phone to record, because of course someone was recording. Of course the world was still normal enough for that. Behind us, smoke pushed through the jammed alley door in dirty gray breaths. Gate S chained from the outside, Mills said. Tony kicked it. Can't they cut it? They will when they find us. You said you came this way. Through the basement hatch, not this gate. Lenora coughed into her sleeve. So we're in a brick box. Mills looked at her, then at the door behind us, then at Evelyn on the wet pavement with her bad legs stretched out. He did not lie. That was the first thing I respected about him. Yes, he said, for the moment. Evelyn had one hand wrapped around the laundry basket handle. Mr. Biscuit had stopped fighting and sat inside with both eyes huge and shining through the slats. The cat knew something we were too human to accept. Getting out of one trap does not mean you are free. Mills pulled a small radio from his coat. Mills to engine 11. I have 6 in the rear alley, 1 mobility injury, alley gate locked, rear stair compromised. Need bolt cutters to south side alley gate. Static answered him. He tried again. Static. Radio's dead back here, Tony asked. Brick, wiring, interference. Mills clipped it back. I'll boost signal near the gate. He moved away from us, toward the iron bars, and shouted through them. His voice carried, but the alarm inside the building and the sirens on the street chopped it apart. I checked my phone. 4%. No service. Mara's unsent message still sat there, a little gray failure under my thumb. For some stupid reason, that almost broke me. Not the smoke, not the knocking, not the fire. The unsent text. The fact that my sister, who had told me to leave before anyone else did, might spend the rest of her life looking at a message that never reached her. I locked the screen to save power. A soft knock came from the alley door. Everyone turned. 3 taps, not from above now, from the other side of the jammed rear door. Tony took a step backward. No, Mills came back fast. Who's in there? Evelyn said. Do not. Mills frowned at her. Ma'am, do not answer. His jaw tightened. If another tenant is trapped. It isn't a tenant, Lenora said. Mills looked between them. Then now would be a very good time for everyone to stop speaking in riddles. The door knocked again. 3 taps. Then a voice came through the smoke. Danny, it was a man's voice, hoarse, thin, too close to the door. Lenora shut her eyes. Evelyn whispered, Oh, Christ. Mills lifted his axe. Who is that? I asked. Lenora's mouth worked, but Evelyn answered. Paul Sutter, she said. The name meant nothing to me, but it landed on Lenora like a thrown brick. Previous tenant, I asked. Evelyn nodded once. 3F, another knock. Danny, open up. Mills raised his voice. Philadelphia Fire Department. Identify yourself and move away from the door. A laugh came through the wood. It was small and dry and wrong only because of where it came from. Not supernatural, not inhuman, worse, human. A person who had learned how fear echoed in old buildings and had made a hobby of it. Fire department, the voice said. That's new. Mills stepped closer to the door, axe ready. Are you injured? No. Are you trapped? Not anymore. Evelyn made a sound under her breath. I turned on her. Tell me. She looked up at me, and pain had stripped the manners from her face. She looked older now, not delicate. Old the way brick is old, weathered, and still hard. Paul lived in your apartment 3 years ago, she said. Daniel tried to evict him. Drugs at first, then worse. Breaking into storage, stealing mail, watching people. Lenora took over, voice shaking. He found old service gaps, crawl spaces, the roof void. There are pockets between the units from old renovations. He'd move through them. Move through them how? Tony said. Lenora pointed upward, toward the dark brick walls enclosing the alley. Ceilings, closet hatches, maintenance spaces. He'd knock over people's rooms at night. If they knocked back, he knew where they were. If they yelled, he'd answer in their voice later. He made it a game. I thought of the rule. Do not respond. Not because the knock itself was dangerous, because answering taught him where you were. The door gave another gentle knock. Mills said, Why wasn't this reported properly? It was, Evelyn snapped. Repeatedly, police came. Daniel changed locks. Reggie sealed hatches. Paul disappeared before the warrant or the hearing or whatever useless paperwork arrived. Everyone decided maybe he'd moved on because that was easier than admitting a man knew more about the building than the people who owned it. Lenora wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. He went after the woman before Caleb, Nina. She broke her wrist falling down the stairs because he kept knocking over her bedroom until she opened the closet hatch to scream at him. He was right there. The rear door knocked again. Then Paul Sutter said, Evie. Evelyn's whole body went rigid. Don't call me that, she whispered. Mills's face changed. Not fear, calculation. The shift from rescue to threat response. He has access through the building, Mills said. He may be using the fire to move. He caused the fire, Lenora said. Mills looked at her. He knows the basement panel, she said. He used to trip breakers, make people come down. Reggie found wire stripped behind the laundry once. The smoke behind the door thickened, pushed around the frame in steady gray seams. Mills moved us back toward the gate, everyone away from the door. Paul's voice came again. Caleb, my stomach dropped. He knew my name from the mailbox. The lease packet, Daniel's calls, anything. New guy, he said. You opened the packet, good. I didn't answer. The rule sat inside my mouth like a stone. Do not respond. Paul laughed softly, learning fast. Then something heavy hit the door from the other side. The warped frame jumped. Evelyn cried out. Tony grabbed the laundry basket. Lenora stumbled back against the wall. Mills planted himself between us and the door. When I say run to the gate, you run. If he comes through, stay behind me. With what exit? Tony shouted. Mills didn't answer. The door hit again. A hinge screw snapped and pinged across the alley like a tiny bell. Mills spoke without looking back. Caleb, your phone. 4%. Any signal at the gate? No. Climb. I stared at him. What? He pointed up the right brick wall. 10 feet above us. A rusted fire escape ladder started halfway up, the kind meant to discourage people from climbing from the alley. It ran to a small landing outside the second floor rear windows, then up toward the roof. The lowest rung was too high to reach from the ground. "There," he said, "dumpster, pipe, ladder, get height, get signal, call out exactly where we are." I looked at the wall. A greased dumpster sat beneath the ladder, pushed against the brick, but not directly under it. Beside it, a drain pipe ran up the wall, old cast iron with brackets that had probably not been inspected since the Phillies last won something that made people happy. "I can't climb that." "You can," Mills said. It wasn't encouragement. It was assignment. My flaw rose up, ugly and familiar. The desire to let someone else do the hard part. To say I wasn't trained. To say Tony looked stronger. To say my hand was bleeding, my shoulder hurt, my phone was dying. The ladder was too high, the pipe looked loose. All true, not enough. Behind us, the door cracked inward another inch. A pale hand appeared through the gap, fingers wrapped in a dirty work glove. Mills struck it with the flat of the axe. Paul screamed, a real scream, human pain, human rage. The hand disappeared. "Move," Mills shouted. I ran for the dumpster. The lid was slick. My sneakers slid the first time, and my shins slammed into the metal edge hard enough to send sparks of pain into my teeth. Tony shoved me from behind. "Up, man. I'm going." I got one knee on the lid. It buckled under me with a thunderous pop. Garbage smell burst upward. Sour milk, old onions, wet cardboard, rot. I gagged and grabbed the drain pipe. It shifted. Not much. Enough. "Don't use that," Lenora shouted. "Great note." I stood on the dumpster, stretched, and missed the bottom rung by 3 inches. Behind me, the alley door exploded open. Not fully. The broken frame and fallen debris inside blocked it halfway. But it opened enough for Paul Sutter to force one shoulder through. He was thinner than I expected. That was the worst part. The thing we had built in our heads from knocks and rules and smoke should have been huge. Paul was not huge. He was a narrow man in his 40s, white, with a patchy beard, hollow cheeks, and eyes made bright by either smoke or drugs or pure spite. He wore a dark hoodie, work pants, and a respirator mask hanging loose around his neck. A pry bar was hooked in one hand. A person had done this. That made it less mysterious and more disgusting. Mills hit him with his shoulder, pinning him against the door frame. Paul swung the pry bar. It caught Mills high on the arm with a dull crack. Mills grunted, but did not go down. Evelyn shouted, "Aaron." Mills drove the axe handle into Paul's ribs. Paul folded, then lunged again. "Climb," Mills yelled. Tony interlaced his fingers. "Step." I put one foot into his hands. "Don't kick my face." "No promises." He boosted me. I grabbed the lowest rung with both hands. Rust flaked into my palms. Pain shot through the cat's scratches on my hand. My shoulder screamed. My shin throbbed. I hung there for a second, kicking brick, then found a foothold and hauled myself up. Below, chaos narrowed into sounds. Mills grunting, Paul cursing, Lenora coughing, Evelyn saying, "No, no, no," not loudly, but over and over. Mr. Biscuit yowling like the end of the world had arrived in a laundry basket. I climbed, One rung, then another. The ladder shook under my weight. Halfway to the landing, my phone slipped in my pocket. I pressed my hip against the rail to pin it there and kept moving. At the second floor landing, I rolled onto the metal grate and nearly vomited from exertion. My hands were black with rust and blood. The city appeared in slices. The alley below, the street beyond the gate, flashing lights reflected in wet pavement. Neighbors gathered under umbrellas and hoodies. My phone found one bar. I called Mara because my thumb knew her name before my head chose. She answered before the first ring finished. Caleb, I'm trapped rear alley behind my building, I gasped. Queen Village, 3F building, south side alley gate locked. Firefighters need bolt cutters. Man inside building, he's attacking us. What? Tell them now. I'm on with 911 already. Stay on the phone. 1%. Caleb, the screen went black, dead. For a second, I stared at my reflection in the dark glass. Then, from below, Lenora screamed. I looked down. Paul had broken past Mills. Not cleanly. Mills had him by the hoodie. But Paul had slipped one arm free and was dragging himself toward Evelyn. He had the pry bar up, not swinging wildly now, pointed at her because she knew him, because she had said his name, because fear for men like Paul was never enough unless it belonged to someone specific. I didn't think. I grabbed the only loose object on the fire escape landing, a cracked terracotta planter, dead soil still inside it. Someone's forgotten basil plant, long gone dry. Hey, I shouted. Paul looked up. I dropped the planter. It didn't hit his head. I am not that lucky and do not want to pretend I am. It hit his shoulder and shattered, spraying dirt and pottery across the alley. Paul flinched. Mills used that second. He pulled Paul backward and slammed him against the brick. Tony rushed in, laundry basket abandoned, and swung the cutting board like a shield into Paul's knees. Paul went down. The pry bar skittered across the wet pavement toward Evelyn. Lenora grabbed it first. Her hands shook, but she held it like she knew exactly what it was for. Stay down, she said. Paul laughed through blood on his teeth. Teacher voice. Lenora hit the brick beside his head with the pry bar so hard sparks jumped. Stay down, he did, for 2 breaths. Then smoke belched from the rear doorway, blacker now, and the alley filled with a blast of heat. Mills staggered back. Everyone to the gate. The gate's locked, Tony shouted. Then break the hinge. With what? Mills looked at Lenora's pry bar. Lenora threw it to Tony. The gate had old hinges bolted into brick on our side, painted over so many times they looked fossilized. Tony jammed the pry bar between hinge plate and wall. Mills joined him, one arm hanging wrong. I climbed down halfway, then dropped the last few feet onto the dumpster and landed badly. Pain went up my shin and knee. I fell, rolled, and came up coughing. Evelyn was trying to drag herself toward the gate. I went to her. Leave me, she said, which was exactly the kind of thing people say when they do not mean it and are furious they need help. No, I can crawl, slower than fire. I hate you a little. Add it to the list. I got under her arm. Every step made her cry out now. Not theatrical. Small, bitten-off sounds that cost her pride. Mr. Biscuit's basket sat near the wall, cutting board half off, cat still inside by some miracle of terror. I hooked 2 fingers through the handle and dragged it with us. Behind us, Paul coughed and rolled. He was reaching for something at his belt. Mills saw it first. Knife. Time tightened. Paul pulled a folding knife open with a practiced flick. Mills moved toward him, too far away. Tony and Lenora were at the gate, prying, metal shrieking against brick. I had Evelyn under one arm and Mr. Biscuit in the other hand. There was no free heroic version of me available, so I let go of the cat basket and kicked it. The basket slid across the wet pavement, slammed into Paul's wrist, and exploded into claws and gray fur. Mr. Biscuit came out like a smoke-colored saw blade. He hit Paul's forearm with all four paws and his teeth. Paul screamed louder than he had when Mills hit him. The knife clattered away. Mr. Biscuit launched off him and disappeared behind the dumpster. Evelyn said weakly, "Good boy," Tony roared. The bottom hinge tore free from the brick. The gate sagged outward. People outside shouted. Mills grabbed the bars and pulled with Tony. Lenora jammed the pry bar higher. I got Evelyn behind them and pushed with my one good shoulder because there was nothing else to do. The upper hinge held. Then the old brick around it cracked. The gate opened 6 inches. Not enough. Mills said again. We pushed. Metal screamed. The gap widened. 8 inches. 10. Smoke rolled around us now, burning my eyes so badly the world became water and light. My lungs refused to fill. I heard myself making a sound I would have been ashamed of in any other setting. Evelyn first, Mills said. She won't fit, Tony said. She will, she did, but only because fear and pain made her willing to leave some skin behind. Tony and Lenora pushed from inside, while people on the street pulled from outside. Evelyn screamed once as her bad knee twisted through the gap. Then hands took her. "Cat," she shouted immediately. "Of course," I said. I found the laundry basket cracked open near the dumpster. Empty. Mr. Biscuit. Nothing. Paul was on his knees now, coughing, one hand on the wall. Mills turned toward him. "Stay down." Paul looked at the open gate, at freedom, at witnesses, at me. Then he smiled and knocked 3 times against the brick with his knuckles. The sound was small in the smoke and sirens. Still, every person in that alley heard it, not because it was loud, because we knew the shape of it now. He wanted us to answer. Even then, beaten, bleeding, trapped by his own fire, he wanted one more person to give him the satisfaction of reacting. Nobody did. Mills tackled him. They hit the pavement hard. Mills's injured arm folded under him wrong, and his face went white with pain. Paul bucked, elbowed him in the jaw, and crawled toward the gate gap. Tony turned from the gate. "No," Lenora said, grabbing his sleeve. "Out. I can help. You can die." Mills had Paul pinned but not controlled. The smoke was pouring over them. Fire flashed orange inside the rear doorway now, not big, but visible. Real flame licking at old wood. I heard Mr. Biscuit then, a yowl from behind the dumpster. I found him wedged between the dumpster wheel and the wall, one paw lifted, fur dusted with soil from the broken planter. "Come on," I croaked. He hissed. "No time." He bit me when I grabbed him. Deep. I held on anyway. I shoved him through the gate gap toward Evelyn's reaching hands. She caught him against her chest, and he climbed her coat like a tree. "Caleb," Lenora shouted. Tony had gone through. Lenora was halfway. Mills was still fighting Paul. I moved toward them. Mills saw me. Out, he'll get through. I said out. Paul twisted under him, fingers scraping toward the fallen knife. I saw it before Mills did. Not close enough to grab, close enough to kick. I kicked the knife hard. Pain burst through my injured shin, bright and nauseating. The knife spun into a drain channel near the alley wall. Paul screamed something at me that I couldn't understand. Mills used that second to pull a strap from his coat and loop it around Paul's wrist. Not handcuffs, improvised restraint, desperate and ugly. It worked for half a second, which was all we had. Mills shoved me toward the gate. I squeezed through. Brick tore my jacket and scraped skin from my ribs. Hands grabbed my arms. I fell onto the sidewalk on the other side into cold air, so clean it hurt. Lenora collapsed beside me. Tony bent double, coughing. Evelyn sat against the deli wall with Mr. Biscuit clamped to her chest, and her face wet with tears she would later blame on smoke. Mills came last. He forced himself through the gap, dragging Paul by the strap with his good arm, and the help of 2 firefighters who had finally reached the gate with bolt cutters. They cut the chain as Mills emerged, and the gate swung wide. Paul hit the sidewalk face first. Firefighters swarmed him. Police followed. It all became hands and radios and commands. Real procedure, real voices. Someone put an oxygen mask over my face. Someone tried to pry my bleeding hand open to look at the cat bite. Someone asked my name 3 times before I answered. Across the sidewalk, Daniel Voss stood near a fire engine, pale as paper, staring at Paul Sutter like a bill that had finally come due. Mara's voice cut through everything. Caleb. She shouldn't have been there yet. She couldn't have driven from I-95 that fast. Then I realized she was on a firefighter's phone, held out toward me by a young woman in turnout gear. I took it with shaking fingers. "I'm out," I said. For a moment, Mara didn't speak. Then she made one broken sound, and I had to close my eyes. Behind me, Paul Sutter laughed once as police rolled him onto his side. Not loud, not victorious, just enough. Then he knocked 3 times on the pavement with his restrained hand before an officer pinned his wrist still. No one answered, but I heard it anyway, and I knew I would keep hearing it long after the fire was out. The ambulance smelled like antiseptic, rubber, and old coffee. I remember that more clearly than the flashing lights, more clearly than the questions, more clearly than Paul Sutter being folded into the back of a police cruiser with blood on his chin, and one officer's knee pressed between his shoulder blades. The smell kept me anchored. It gave my brain something small to hold, while the rest of the night kept trying to tilt away from me. A paramedic wrapped my right hand in gauze, while another one clipped a pulse oximeter to my finger. The cat bite had gone deep near the base of my thumb, and the scratches across the back of my hand had puffed up into angry red lines. My shin had swollen around a purple scrape from the dumpster. My ribs burned where the alley gate brick had peeled skin through my shirt. "Any dizziness?" the paramedic asked. "I moved into a cursed apartment 6 hours ago," I said. "So, emotionally, yes." She did not laugh. She was maybe 30, female, with tired eyes and a pen tucked into her sleeve. Her name tag said R. Donnelly. Physically, she said, no, not much. Smoke inhalation symptoms can get worse after the fact. Chest tightness, coughing, headache, confusion. You need evaluation. I'm confused now. Noted. Across the sidewalk, Evelyn sat on a second stretcher with a blanket around her shoulders, and Mr. Biscuit, zipped inside a mesh pet carrier someone from the deli had found in a back room. He glared at everyone through the mesh like he had personally filed complaints against us all. Evelyn's right knee was immobilized. Her hair had come loose from its pins, and gray strands stuck damply to her face. She looked humiliated by the blanket, by the stretcher, by needing help at all. When the paramedic tried to lift the carrier away from her lap, Evelyn gripped it with both hands. He comes with me, she said. Ma'am, we can't transport. He comes with me. The paramedic looked at the firefighter beside her, then at the cat, then at Evelyn's face, and decided this was not the hill worth dying on. We'll figure it out. Evelyn nodded once. Wise. Tony sat on the curb near the fire engine with an oxygen mask pushed up on his forehead, despite being told twice to keep it over his nose and mouth. His grocery delivery bags sat beside him, still sealed, one of them leaking melted ice cream into the gutter. He kept staring at the building with the look of a man calculating how close ordinary work had brought him to dying. Lenora stood wrapped in a foil blanket, speaking to a police officer with precise, clipped sentences. Her hands shook around a paper cup of water. She would not sit down. Every time someone suggested it, she said, in a minute, the way teachers say it when children ask for impossible things during dismissal. Firefighter Mills was loaded into another ambulance with his arms strapped and his jaw swelling. Before they closed the doors, he caught my eye and lifted 2 fingers in a tired little salute. Not heroic, not cinematic, just a man who had done his job and been hurt doing it. I lifted my bandaged hand back. It hurt enough that I regretted the gesture immediately. Mara arrived 40 minutes after I got out. She came around the corner at a run, hoodie unzipped, hair half out of its knot, face drawn tight in a way I had never seen before. She pushed past a small cluster of neighbors and almost collided with a police officer holding tape. That's my brother, she said, pointing at me. The officer started to say something official. Mara said, move. He moved. She reached me and grabbed my face with both hands, turning it left and right like she was checking fruit for bruises. I'm okay, I said. She slapped my shoulder. Not hard enough. Ow, good. Then she hugged me, and for about 3 seconds I was 12 years old again, hiding in our garage during a thunderstorm because I had told her I wasn't scared, and then proved otherwise by crying behind the lawn mower. You didn't answer, she said into my coat. My phone died. I thought you died. I know. You don't know. I let that sit between us because she was right. Daniel Voss stood near the police tape in the same fleece vest he had worn that morning, now over a dress shirt buttoned wrong at the collar. He looked smaller under emergency lights. Landlords, I learned, shrink when tenants start comparing notes in front of cops. 2 detectives spoke with him beside a patrol car. One held a notebook. The other kept glancing at the building. The fire was mostly out by then. Not dramatic flames, not anymore. Just smoke breathing from opened windows and the smell of soaked plaster, burned insulation, and old brick. Firefighters had cut power to the building and pulled sections of wall near the basement panel. The front electric strike had been forced open from outside. The rear alley gate hung crooked, one hinge torn from the brick like a bad tooth. A police officer took my statement in the back of the ambulance, while Mara sat beside me, arms crossed so tightly her knuckles went pale. I told him about the lease rule, the knocks, Daniel's phone call, Evelyn's warning, the back stairs, the alley, Paul. When I got to the part where Paul said my name through the door, the officer stopped writing for a second. "You responded?" "No, you sure?" "I'm sure." He nodded, then wrote that down too. Later, one of the detectives, a woman named Sonia Rivas, 44, female, asked me the same thing in a steadier voice. He had short black hair, a navy coat, and the patient exhaustion of someone who had heard many unbelievable stories and learned that some of them were just reports waiting for evidence. "Did you ever open the access hatch in your apartment?" she asked. "No." "Did you see Paul Sutter inside your unit?" "No." "Did you hear him there?" "I heard knocking from above my unit, then from other places." "And you had been told there was no occupiable space above 3F?" "Yes." She looked toward the building. "There may not be occupiable space by code. That doesn't mean a determined person can't occupy it." That sentence stayed with me. It was the most realistic explanation anyone gave, and somehow the worst. Paul was taken to the hospital first, then held. They found a respirator, a pry bar, a folding knife, a headlamp, and a ring of old keys in his backpack, which had been stashed in the basement laundry area behind a loose panel. They found stripped wire near the electrical panel and evidence someone had bypassed a cover plate. They also found food wrappers, a plastic water jug, and a rolled sleeping pad in a crawl space above the 3rd floor, accessible through a roof hatch, and a maintenance void no tenant was supposed to know existed. No ghost, no curse, just a man shaped by obsession, neglect, and opportunity. That should have made it easier. It did not. The next morning, after a tetanus shot, antibiotics, chest x-rays, and 4 hours under hospital fluorescent lights, Mara drove me back to the block so I could meet the fire investigator and collect essentials. She would not let me drive, even though I told her my leg was usable. "Your leg is not the problem," she said. "What's the problem?" "You, fair." The street looked wrong in daylight. That was the thing. At night, emergency lights made everything feel like disaster belonged there. In morning sun, Queen Village returned to itself with offensive confidence. A woman walked a golden retriever past the deli. Someone carried coffee in a cardboard tray. A SEPTA bus sighed at the corner. The nail salon sign was off, its lavender plastic dull and cracked. My building, though, had changed. The front door was boarded open and guarded by a temporary plywood panel. Yellow notices were taped to the glass. Smoke had stained the brick over the rear alley. A contractor's fan roared in the vestibule, blowing damp, burned air into the street. Daniel wasn't there. His attorney was, which told me plenty. A fire investigator walked Mara and me up to 3F after making us sign in. We wore paper masks and hard hats that made me feel ridiculous until I saw the hallway ceiling on the second floor, where plaster had fallen in ragged sheets. Evelyn's door was closed and marked unsafe for occupancy. My apartment door stood open. It took effort to walk inside. The place I had been trying to make mine had become evidence. Boxes sat where I left them, softened by smoke smell. The lease packet remained on the kitchen counter, damp at one corner from water runoff. My mug still had dust on its rim. The living room looked almost normal, except for boot prints and black fingerprints on the wall near the door. Mara stayed close enough that our sleeves touched. "You don't have to do this," she said. "I need clothes." "You need therapy." "I also need clothes." The investigator led us to the bedroom closet. The door was open. I had not opened it that night. I remembered that clearly. The dark wedge, the choice, the front door. Now, inside the closet, the ceiling hatch hung crooked, one corner splintered. Paint had cracked around the frame in a jagged rectangle. Insulation drooped through the gap like dirty wool. Above it, a narrow cavity disappeared into shadow. Mara whispered, "No." The investigator shone his flashlight up. "We think he accessed it from the roof void, not from inside your apartment. Hatch was forced downward, likely after you left the unit. So he was above me." "Yes." "For how long?" He lowered the flashlight. That was answer enough. My sheets were still in the blue duffel under the book boxes. Mara found them and stared at them for a moment like she hated them personally. We packed clothes, medication, my laptop, chargers, and the lease packet because Detective Rivas wanted the original copy. I also took the mug with plaster dust still inside it. I do not know why. Maybe proof, maybe punishment. Before leaving, I stood under the kitchen ceiling. In daylight, the patched seams looked harmless. Bad workmanship, old leaks, cheap paint. I raised my hand. Mara said, "Don't." I wasn't going to, but I had been. Not to knock, just to touch the ceiling and prove it was only ceiling. I lowered my hand. We stayed at a hotel that night, then at Mara's place in Baltimore for 2 weeks. I slept badly, not dramatically. No screaming awake, nothing useful enough to put in a medical chart. I just woke at ordinary sounds, pipes ticking, upstairs neighbors walking, ice dropping in a hotel machine down the hall. Once in Mara's apartment, her upstairs neighbor dropped something at 2:13 a.m., and I was in the hallway with my keys in my fist before I understood where I was. Mara found me there. She didn't make a joke. She brought me tea and sat with me on the floor until morning light thinned the dark around the blinds. Evelyn had a torn ligament and a fractured kneecap. She refused the first rehab facility because it smelled like boiled socks. She moved temporarily in with a niece in Cherry Hill and called me once to ask whether I had taken all my antibiotics. "You are not my nurse," I said. "No, I am worse. I am disappointed." Mr. Biscuit survived with singed whiskers, one wrapped paw, and a new hatred of laundry baskets. Tony had smoke irritation and a sprained wrist. His delivery company initially marked the grocery order as incomplete. Lenora wrote a letter so vicious and well-structured that the company apologized, paid his medical copay, and sent him a gift card he said he would never use because I don't trust anybody who apologizes with store credit. Lenora went back to teaching after a week. She also gave 3 statements, including one about earlier complaints she had filed regarding roof noise, basement access, and Paul's prior harassment. Copies existed. Emails existed. Maintenance texts existed. Daniel's company denied knowing Paul had returned. They did not deny knowing Paul had once lived there. That distinction became important to lawyers. The building was declared temporarily uninhabitable, then partially reopened months later after electrical work, fire repairs, and what the management company called security remediation. The phrase appeared in an email I received while sitting in Mara's kitchen eating cereal. At 11 p.m., security remediation meant new locks, sealed roof access, cameras in common areas, repaired fire systems, and removal of unauthorized modifications in wall and ceiling cavities. Unauthorized modifications. That was what they called the roots Paul used to crawl above people while they slept. I broke my lease without penalty. Daniel's attorney sent a mutual release. Mara read it twice, then had a lawyer friend read it, then told me I could sign if I promised never to rent a place without sending her the lease first. I'm 32, I said, and yet, I agreed. I found another apartment eventually. Second floor of a newer building in Manyunk. Less charm, more concrete, sprinklers in the hallway. A normal fire escape. Upstairs neighbors with a toddler who ran laps every morning at 7. The first time I heard his small feet thudding overhead, I stood in my kitchen holding a spoon, waiting for the pattern. It never came, just toddler chaos. Fast, uneven, alive. I learned to like it. Almost. Months after the fire, Detective Rivas called to say Paul had taken a plea. Burglary, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, arson-related charges reduced in exchange for cooperation on how he accessed the building. He claimed he had never meant to kill anyone. He claimed he only wanted to scare Daniel. He claimed the electrical panel had already been unsafe. People like Paul use truth the way they use walls, not as boundaries, but as things to move through. The last box from 3F stayed unpacked in my closet for almost a year. Inside were things I didn't need, but couldn't throw away. The dust-lined mug, the hard hat they forgot to collect, the corner of the lease packet photocopy Mara had made, and the blue duffel tag. I finally opened it on a rainy Sunday evening, the kind of evening that makes old buildings talk. I was alone. Mara was on shift. My new neighbors were quiet, except for the soft rush of water in pipes. I took the mug out, washed it, and put it in the cabinet with the others. Then I heard a knock, one tap above me. I stood very still. Another tap came, followed by a child's muffled giggle, and a woman upstairs saying, "Eli, stop dropping blocks. People live under us." I let out a breath that sounded almost like laughing. Almost. I closed the cabinet. Then, from somewhere inside the wall beside my kitchen, not above, not below, but in the narrow space behind the plaster, came 3 tiny sounds. Tap, 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 probably pipes, probably the building settling, probably a neighbor hanging something. I did not answer. I turned off the kitchen light, took my phone, and went to sit where I could see the front door. Just for a minute, then another. And I stayed there until morning made everything ordinary again. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.